Joe, there was a report today that came out from Clay Higgins, Republican congressman, as it relates to Donald Trump and this, of course, the assassination attempt.
Yep.
What did he put out, and why is he putting it out?
So he put out this
Hello, by the way.
How you doing? Good to see you. He put out this independent report, Blake. So this is separate from the committee investigating this. Some of his findings were interesting. He says the first bullet that actually hit the would-be assassin didn't come from Secret Service. It came from a local officer on the ground, a SWAT officer.
Okay.
He says the FBI cleaned up the scene relatively quickly in the first 24, 48 hours, which he says was unusual. He also says that the body itself of Thomas Crooks, of this would-be assassin, was given back to the family and cremated almost immediately, which raises some more questions. And actually, one other committee member says—
It raises questions for him, though.
For him and for one or two others on the committee that I talked to. But I mean, I think where you're leading here. This was, again, not the committee who's tasked with investigating this.
So what's going on? Yeah, so what's going on here? Because there's this bipartisan committee, right, that's looking into all of this.
Yeah.
And then one member comes out and says, here's what I found.
Yeah. So
is that a crack in the system a little bit there?
I've done some reporting on this. So it was unusual. Some of the other members of the task force learned about Clay Higgins' report only when he put it out.
Through the media.
Through the media.
Okay.
And some thought, look, this is inappropriate because we're a bipartisan committee, 7 Republicans, 6 Democrats. We got to work together. And if you put out your own report, it undermines the seriousness and the gravity of the one that we're all going to put together cohesively, you know. Some, as you mentioned, didn't find out about it till the media reported on it. Others said, we don't know where he got these facts from. They're not disputing his reports, but they're saying nobody was put under oath. That's usually how we get fact witnesses to talk to us and get material. So there are some concerns there, too.
Is this helpful, though? Because, like, at the end of the day, we want information on how all of this unfolded, right? And one of the questions is, can they come together in a bipartisan manner? And I think this brings up the idea of maybe this is Washington being Washington.
It's definitely a crack in it. And if you are with this committee at any point, I've already seen them in the field, I've talked to them privately, they take every opportunity to say, we are a bipartisan group, we're going to work together, we're working together well. Most of the members are not ones that really throw, shots at the other side too often. This is a crack in that sort of cohesion as they're trying to present it for.
All right, Joe Kay with the reporting. Joe, thank you.
Thank you for watching, and make sure you go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Former independent presidential candidate, now member of the Trump transition team with us. Mr. Kennedy, good to have you with us. I just want to get your reaction, because you were listening to this as well, to the exchange about Netanyahu and how, you heard Karine Jean-Pierre say over and over how very clear President Biden has been about Hamas and that they are the enemy in this situation. What was your reaction to that? Do you agree that President Biden has been forceful enough on that issue?
Well, I know the position of the Israeli government and the IDF is that they've been restrained in some of their responses, and particularly recently in Rafah. So, but I don't know what's going on in the negotiations in Egypt right now. I don't know what the role that Qatar is playing or the type of pressure that we're putting on Qatar, which has been one of the major funders of Hamas terrorism.
Yeah, obviously we all witnessed what happened over the weekend and the tragic loss of an American citizen, and some people seem to feel that his reaction to that could have been a lot stronger. It was a paper statement for the most part. Let me ask you about this, though, sir. With regard to the election that is now 9 weeks away, I believe, you've taken yourself off the ballot since you became a supporter of former President Trump. You're off the ballot in Georgia, which you weren't on, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, but you're still on the ballot in Michigan, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. It's possible, when you look at the polls, that you still being on those ballots could have a meaningful impact on the outcome of this election. What do you say about that?
I mean, we're trying to get off the ballots in all the states. And I'm getting a bad echo while I'm talking to you.
I'm sorry. We'll try to get rid of that. Sorry about that.
But we're trying to get off the ballot in all the states where I might be a spoiler and cause harm to President Trump. The irony right now is that the DNC, which has been trying to keep me off the ballot, is now suing to keep me on the ballot.
Yes, that is ironic.
In many of the states that were.
Do you see that as
we're trying to get
manipulative on their
off
part in terms of what they want the outcome to be?
I can't hear you because of the echo.
I'm sorry about that. You know,
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm just. Do you think that's manipulative on the part of these states to keep you on the ballot?
Well, I think the DNC is doing something that is essentially and fundamentally undemocratic. I mean, when I grew up in a Democratic Party that was the party of Robert Kennedy, of John Kennedy, that was trying to make sure that every American had the right to vote for whoever they wanted to vote for. There's been 1 million Americans who've signed petitions asking to put me on the ballot. We've complied with every signature requirement. And the Democratic Party doesn't seem to have the kind of confidence in its nominees to actually go out and amplify their voices, and instead is using lawfare to keep opposing candidates like me and Jill Stein and
Sir, I'm
the
going to
other
have to jump in,
candidates
and I
off the
do
ballot.
apologize for the audio problem and for the late start with you, and I hope you'll join us again because there's a lot I wanted to talk to you about, but I'm up against the end of the hour here, sir. Thank you for your patience today.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else. Thank you for staying to take questions from the audience. You know, I always plan out, I do all this research to ask you questions and you just go. But we came here also to hear from the people of Harrisburg. Before we get to the people, I want to again we introduced him last night on the show. Dave McCormick is the Republican Senate candidate from Pennsylvania. Senator, great to have you. I'll give you a chance to say a couple of words.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you, Sean, and thank you for Mr. President for being here in the Keystone State. And the Keystone State is going to decide the future of the country, put you back in the White House and a majority in the Senate. So thank you.
Thank you, David.
And, you know, Mr. President, it's a scary time in the world. Our adversaries around the world, Iran, China, Russia, North Korea, are testing us. They're challenging us. We've lost deterrence. They think America's weak. They think America's on retreat.
Right.
And my question to you is, on day one, when you're back in the White House, how do we restore deterrence? How do we bring strength and capability back to our military? And how do we make sure that everybody in the world knows that America is back?
So thank you, David, and good luck with the race. It's really important that you win. I hope you're going to vote. He's a great gentleman and he's a great warrior. The first thing we have to do, we have to strengthen our country from within. And we have a lot of bad people from within, but we have to straighten it. We have to, number one, have a border like we had it 4 years ago, which was strong, where the wrong people didn't get in. We have to have that. The other thing, we want to become, again, energy independent. We were energy independent 4 years ago. And what we really want is energy dominance. And then, as you know, I rebuilt the entire military, and we had it like nobody has ever had it before. And then this guy gave away $85 billion worth of equipment to Afghanistan in the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. But we have a lot more than that. We rebuilt the military. We want to be strong, but we want to do it peace through strength. That's what we want. Peace through strength. We shouldn't have to use our military. But we're going to have the greatest military in the world. Thank you, David.
All right, ma'am, hi, what's your name?
My name is Deborah Williams.
Hi, Deborah, how are you?
I'm good now.
Hi, Deborah. Oh, because of me or because of the president? I'm just guessing. No, I'm kidding.
I plead the fifth.
Good answer.
Mr. President, I want to thank you for coming and sharing your time with us today.
Thank you, Deborah.
What could you share that you've learned during the first time being in the Oval Office for those who are hesitant to vote for you now?
So we need a strong president. And, you know, I actually think we had a very stable administration, but we were hit with this weaponization. We were hit to weaponize. They've never done this before. The weaponization, all of the different Russia hoax, all of the different hoaxes, and we won every single one of them. The most important thing, and I found it, and you could say this is true in business also, we have to get the right people. When I first went there, 2016, I had a lot of good people, I had a lot of good advice, but I put people in that in some cases were not what I really wanted because I didn't know much about Washington. I was there 17 times in my whole life, and I wasn't in D.C. very much, but I got to know them, and I got to know them the hard way. And I know the good ones, the bad ones, the weak ones, the smart ones, the dumb ones. I know them all now. And the key, and we had great ones. I mean, economic development, we did so well. The military, we did fantastically well. We knocked out ISIS, 100% of the ISIS caliphate. We have some great people in the military, not the ones that you see on television, but great people. But a big key to running it is get the right people. You put the right person and the right group of people at the heads of these massive agencies, you're going to have tremendous success. And I know now the people, and I know them better than anybody would know them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Deborah. Ma'am, hi. Ma'am, what's your name?
Sue Helm,
Hey,
and I'd
Sue.
like to welcome you to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
We love you both. So
That's it.
wonderful.
Thank you.
I'm a small business owner. I'm the owner of Century 21 at the Helm Real Estate.
Good.
The 4 years of your presidency, Mr. Trump, were the best economically I have experienced in the 35 years I own this business. And my question is, what are your plans and policies to restore the economy so small business owners can thrive and make America great once again?
Good.
Thank you.
Good. You know, we had a woman who was very spectacular, Linda McMahon, and she ran the Small Business Administration, did a phenomenal job. And that's a very important group for what we're talking about with small business. But to put it a little simpler, we're going to have low interest rates. We're going to have low taxes. We're going to give you tremendous incentive to grow and to build your business. And, you know, a lot of people have said that. They said, one person who didn't support me, he said, I must admit, I had the most successful 4 years of my life, but I'm going to vote for some. I said, and now that person came back to me. I don't want that person. I don't want that person. You know, they say you should take everybody, but that's not the way I'm built. It's one of those little problems. This person, no, this was in the Republican primary, said, I had the best 4 years I've ever had under Trump, but I'm going to support this one. I said, that's the end of that, you know, when they came back. But we're going to lower interest rates. We're going to have low taxes. We're going to have tremendous incentives for small business. You know, small business is much bigger than big business in this country when you add it all up. And we're going to take care of small business in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, what's your name?
Travis Finkenbinder. I'm from Palmyra, Pennsylvania. I'd like to welcome you both here, and it's an honor to stand before you.
Thank you, Travis.
Mr. President, is it possible to correct the extensive damage the current administration has caused related to our safety and security? From the border crisis to the plethora of weapons left behind in Afghanistan, I fear for my 3 adolescent sons. At night, what do I tell Cale, Kate, and Cole about their safety and their future of this great nation?
Well, the first thing you should do is pray.
Amen.
Because what they've done to our country, right? What they've done to our country, what these, and I hate to use the word, what these stupid people, naive people, but bad people, you know, weaponization. Again, they're after me. I got more court cases. On Friday, I have one. On Monday, I have one. And they do that for very bad reasons. They don't want you to campaign. They want to keep you off the campaign. They want to try and take as much money as possible instead of putting it in. But let me just tell you, the hardest problem we have, because a smart president would be able to get along with Russia, China. There are a lot of reasons why. But The biggest problem we have is they've allowed 21 million people into our country. And I told you last night, I tell you tonight, it's the single biggest problem. They've poisoned our country. They're coming in from prisons. They're coming in from mental institutions. Terrorists are coming in. The criminals are coming off the streets in Caracas, Venezuela, but all over the world, not just in South America. It's the single hardest problem that we would have never had. If I were president, you wouldn't have that problem. You wouldn't have inflation. You wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. You wouldn't have had October 7th with Israel. You wouldn't have had the Afghanistan disaster, which I think is the single most embarrassing day in the history of our country, where they have billions of dollars of equipment. We lost 13 great soldiers, and I celebrated and honored their wonderful, they call them their children, then they are their children. They're wonderful children. They're kids. I went to Arlington Cemetery with them the other day, and at their request, and Sean knows this better than anybody, and it was very tough for me to get there, I will tell you. I don't want to say that, but it was very tough. I was in a different part of the world, frankly, and I got there, and we had a beautiful couple of hours together. First, we had a ceremony, and then we had we went down to the grave sites, and they said, "Sir, could we have a picture with my son?" In one case, it was a daughter. "Could we have a picture with my daughter?" We took pictures. We stayed for a long time, and then I left, and that was it. I thought it was beautiful. And those people are phenomenal, what they've done. Joe Biden and Kamala killed those children because of their incompetence, just like they had a gun that killed them. And I went home, and I thought it was a beautiful thing. I told my wife, I told our great First Lady, who people love, they love her, but I said, it was so sad and yet so beautiful and joyful in a sense. I mean, the people, they had something that was very special. And I went there, and, I had them up to Bedminster. I got to know many of them, most of them. But I get home, and I get a call from one of my people. "Sir, they're saying that you use this for public relations purposes." And you know what happened? It was so beautiful. Every one of those people made a video to say that Donald Trump came there. I got enough publicity. I don't need publicity. I'd like to get half the publicity. I'd be very happy. But they said that, and you saw the videos. The videos became very, very well known and famous, actually. Some beautiful statements. And I went there. I got nothing out of that except to take care of people that were not taken care of by our government. And Joe Biden and Kamala should call those people and apologize, because that was the most incompetent withdrawal in the history of our country. There's never been anything so. Think of it. We took the military out first. You're supposed to take the military out last. Once the military was gone, they had free shots at us. But we took the military out first, and then it began. We lost 13 soldiers. Many were horribly wounded, meaning no legs, no arms. The face was obliterated. Many, we don't even talk about those people, and we have to. We left Americans behind, and you cover that better than anybody. We left many Americans behind, and we left billions and billions of dollars of brand new military equipment behind, that now they are one of the largest sellers of military equipment in the world. Afghanistan, they're selling the equipment that we just walked away from. It was so incompetent, but to be with those people was a real honor, I have to tell you. And for them to go out of their way, and every one of them made a video, they said, "Sir, could you take a picture next to the grave of my son?" I said, "Of course." Could you imagine if I said, "No, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it"? But every one of those people appreciated it, and every one of them made a tape, and they sent it out, and it became very viral, as they say nowadays, and it was a great honor for me to be there. Thank you.
And I should add, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were both invited. And this was not, you knew these families. You had met with them at Bedminster.
Yes,
you were familiar with
I knew them.
And they invited you, you went, and they said, would you take a picture? And then you did, and then you were attacked by, and then the families were furious at Kamala about it. I think this is going to be the last question. What's your name, sir?
Hi, Alistair Hackett from Spring Lake, New Jersey.
Hey, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I'm a recent college graduate and am concerned with the growing influence of wokeness in many of our top institutions. We saw General Milley take this to new heights under his leadership in the military. What is your plan to combat radical ideology in the military and in our corporations?
Well, first of all, Milley. That day in Congress where Milley proclaimed his wokeness was an embarrassment to our country. And remember this, we don't have a woke military. We have some guys at the top that talk it, but you couldn't convince them to be woke if you were screaming at them for 5 weeks. We took out 100% of the ISIS caliphate in 4 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years. And and I got to meet the real generals, and they are unbelievable. Our military is unbelievable. Remember it. Unbelievable. There's no wokeness. There's no wokeness. And all we're going to do is you go out, you get your degree, you work hard, you're going to see a different country. We have to get elected. If we don't get elected, I don't know what's going to happen to our country. I just don't know. They're so bad. And normally I wouldn't say that. I'd say, well, they're working, they're a Democrat. These aren't Democrats. These are people long beyond Democrats. When I used to say to Sean on his show, I'd say, our country, Sean, will never be a socialist country. And it won't. It'll be a communist country. They skipped socialism. We cannot let this happen to our country, because if it does happen, we'll never be able to come back. We'll never be able to make a comeback from it. So we're going to have a big election. This is Pennsylvania, a very important, the Commonwealth. You never want to call it a state, the Commonwealth. If you ever call it a state, I've seen their political career ruined by saying the state of Pennsylvania. No, you never want to call it a state. Now, I'll tell you how dishonest they are. They'll take that one little statement where I said the state of Pennsylvania, and they'll play it, the state of Pennsylvania. They'll cut it.
Well, there's one other thing.
Let me just, because they're fake. And one thing we should say, not him and not Fox, and we have a couple of others out there that are good, but the biggest, a great enemy to this country is the fake news media. It's a big, big enemy. And they have to change their ways. They have to change their ways.
Before we let the president go, because this is airing part 2 on Thursday night, I want to ask you one final question. In 5 nights, you'll be on the stage, not with me, but with Kamala Harris. Now, if I'm going to make a prediction, I think she's going to try and annoy, agitate, irritate, frustrate, and piss you off, to use a phrase. And are you aware of how she debates, and probably every name in the book she can call you, and without giving away your tactic?
Yeah, you don't want to do that, but when I had Biden, you and I had the same discussion.
Yeah.
And I let him talk. I'm going to let her talk because, you've all seen it. There are those that say that Biden is smarter than she is, okay? And if that's the case, we have a problem. But, debating's an interesting thing. I've been in many debates. I think I probably won because of debating, maybe. We had a lot of debates with the Republicans. Then we had Crooked Hillary. We had a lot of different people we had to debate. And we had some great debates. You do remember the Rosie O'Donnell debate. Remember Rosie? Rosie O'Donnell. She's a real great one. Isn't she a great one? Anyway, but a debate is interesting. You can go in with all the strategy you want, but you have to sort of feel it out as the debate's taking place. I've seen it. You go in there and you have a strategy. Mike Tyson made the statement, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. It's true. It was a brilliant statement. It's a brilliant statement. So I could tell Sean exactly what I'm going to do, but, things change. It depends a lot on ABC. Will they be fair or not? If they're not going to be fair, I'm going to be a little bit different than if they are. I hope they're going to be fair. We're putting a lot of reliance on a network which is known for being extremely hostile to the people in this room and to, I think, 75, 80% of the country, if you want to really know the truth. But, Sean, all I can say is this. You know, I've seen Mitt Romney go and lock himself into a log cabin for 4 or 5 weeks, and then he came out and he was horrible in the debate. He couldn't talk. He gained great knowledge. He couldn't talk. And Candy Crowley came out and she made a terrible statement that turned out to be wrong, but it destroyed the guy. But look, you have to. The way I look at debating, I think I've been really practicing all my life for this stuff. I mean, ultimately, that's what it's sort of about. So it'll be an interesting evening. And the Biden debate was a very interesting evening. I was sort of surprised by it a little bit, by what he did and the way he reacted. And you don't know how somebody's going to react. Even a professional, you don't know how they're going to react. And you have to sort of go with it as you get up there, Sean. I'd love to give you an answer. This is what I'm going to do, Sean. But when you get up there, you sort of, because I've done a lot of it. I went from never having debated to having done a lot of debates.
But if she's going to try and annoy you, but that's not
I think we have a bigger problem. I think that ABC will try and annoy me.
I bet that too.
Okay.
President Donald Trump. Thank you, Harrisburg. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
To stop this onslaught at lower prices, I'm pledging today that in my second term, we will eliminate a minimum of 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. We'll be able to do that quite easily, actually. And instead of attacking industries of the future, we will embrace them, including making America the world capital for crypto and Bitcoin. Fourth, at the suggestion of Elon Musk, who has given me his complete and total endorsement. That's nice. Smart guy. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. It's very, very much appreciated. I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. We need to do it. Can't go on the way we are now. And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force. Be interesting. If he has the time, that'd be a good one to do it, but he's agreed to do it. In 2022, fraud and improper payments alone cost taxpayers an estimated hundreds of billions of dollars. As the first order of business, this commission will develop an action plan to totally eliminate fraud and improper payments within 6 months. This will save trillions of dollars, trillions. It's massive. For the same service that you have right now, trillions of dollars is wasted and gone, and nobody knows where it went. Further taming inflation and bringing prices way down. The fifth pillar of my plan is to make the Trump tax cuts permanent. They are massive tax cuts, biggest ever, permanent. And to cut taxes even more, and we will have no tax on tips, something which they copied 4 weeks after I said it. She got up and said, no tax on tips. I said, I just said that. She is actually copying a lot of my plan. In fact, we're going to send her a MAGA cap sometime in the next week. We're having a special one made. But we also know she doesn't mean it. She's going to stick with what her whole life has been about. And also, no tax on Social Security benefits. People on Social Security have been wiped out by inflation, and now on top of it, we tax their benefits. We're not going to tax their benefits. We have so many different ways of making so much money. This country, the potential is so incredible. We don't have to take it away from people on Social Security. We're not going to do that. We're going to save Social Security. She's going to destroy Social Security. Under the Trump administration, we proved that targeted tax cuts do not increase the deficit. They reduce the deficit by growing the economy and raising revenue. After we gave the massive tax cuts, we took in the following year with a much lower rate billions and billions of dollars more than we did the previous year with a high rate. Think of that. So with a much lower rate, we took in more money because people were incentivized. Corporate tax revenues are 31% higher today than before my tax law was signed. With all of those cuts, 31% higher. To further support the revival of American manufacturing, my plan calls for expanded R&D tax credits, 100% bonus depreciation, expensing for new manufacturing investments, and a reduction in the corporate tax rate from 21% to 15% solely for companies that make their product in America. You have to make your product in America. If you outsource, offshore, or replace American workers, you're not eligible for any of these benefits. In fact, you will pay a very substantial tariff when a product comes in from another country that's made in another country and comes in. There'll be a big tariff on that product because we want to make our goods in America, and most of them we can. My message is simple. Make your product here in America, and only in America. We are not going to be taken advantage of anymore, just as we made great inroads and progress 4 years ago. We made tremendous inroads on this subject. We're not going to watch our wealth and jobs get ripped away from us and sent to foreign countries, which is what's been happening for many, many decades with us. China was built on doing exactly what we're going to be doing and what I started doing 4 years ago.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kayleigh McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Fighting inflation is one of our administration's top economic priorities.
Was it wrong to consider inflation transitory? I mean, these price spikes seem like they're going to be with us for a while.
We have to address the fact that we got to deal with the fact that folks are paying for gas, paying for groceries, and need solutions to it.
Will you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking your first day in office, adding the United States to the list of countries who have banned this devastating practice?
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
And it's rough. Groceries, the cost of groceries has gone up, the cost of gas has gone up, and as this is all happening in the context of 2 years of a pandemic, it's one of the highest priorities actually for the president and for me.
That is called Bidenomics. That is called Bidenomics, and we are very proud of Bidenomics.
All right, we continue she's very proud of Bidenomics. In Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, that was Kamala Harris touting her pretty radical beliefs on the economy. In her own words, according to Kamala, her values have not changed. We don't know where she stands because she's only done an interview for 16 minutes and 29 seconds spoken. So on the issue of the economy, how many of you in this room, and you can all close your eyes so you're not looking at your neighbor, have struggled economically in the last number of years? Wow. Wow. And when I started my adult life, I struggled to pay my rent. You know my jobs. I've listed them 100 times, working in the service industry and bartending and cooking and washing dishes and construction. Not McDonald's, that was a lie. And I
By the way, she didn't work at McDonald's, right?
She did not. Well, there's no evidence of it.
Did she work at McDonald's? Because
so far, no evidence.
I don't think so, based on what I saw.
Here's my question. She wants to raise corporate taxes. She wants to raise small business taxes, capital gain taxes, estate taxes, the international corporate minimum tax, to the point where America won't be competitive anymore. And your tax cuts are about to expire in 2025. What does this mean for the economy? What does it mean for everybody here struggling?
So I gave you the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country. If you let the tax cuts expire, which she wants to do. She wants to terminate them. If you do that, you will suffer the biggest tax increase in history. There's never been a tax increase like it. On top of which, she wants to add a lot of tax. This country will end up, and I've said this a lot, and I mean it, this country will end up in a depression if she becomes president, like 1929. This will be a 1929 depression. She has no idea what the hell she's doing.
What if unrealized capital gains taxes were implemented? What would
she wants to do that. This is where you have something, you don't even know what the value is. I tell you what, if that's going to happen, go out and open an appraisal company, because you're going to make a fortune. That's about the only group that's going to make it, and accountants. It is the craziest idea. And remember this, very rich people and big international corporations, they don't have to stay in the United States. And they will be forced to leave for other countries. They can't afford to do a thing like that. They may have great wealth and no cash, and they're going to have to pay cash. Where are they going to get the cash? If they do that, the unrealized capital gain, it's been talked about for a few years by ultra-left Marxists only, like her father's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist teacher of economics. Can you believe this? But if that happened, this country, and I think forgetting about that particular, she's got a lot of things that are just as bad. If she gets in, I think we will have a depression, 1929 style depression. That's what I think will happen to our country. Already they've set us on a path.
What about price gauging, as she calls it, or gouging?
Well, she called it gauging.
And what if they implement that and then price controls? Yeah. That's been tried in
many times.
The former Soviet Union, Venezuela, even in this country in the 70s, it was a disaster.
Yeah, every time it's been tried, no matter over hundreds of years, not just over hundreds of years, price controls, you end up with no product, you end up with massive inflation, and you end up with the destruction of a country.
How does this impact? How do high interest rates impact? How does inflation impact everybody that's here?
Well, they can't buy a home. They can't do anything. Your business is stopped up. You can't borrow money. And by the way, I had interest rates at 2%. Now they're 10%, but you can't get the money. You can't get the money. There's no money available. So 10% is right. You know, if you can't get the money, 10% is not the right number. It's got to be much more than that. You can't borrow money to buy a house now.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Senator Joni Ernst, Republican of Iowa, member of the Armed Services Committee and chairwoman of the Republican Policy Committee, is in focus with me now. Boy, I tell you, this is deja vu all over again and again and again. What really does it take to make this look more like free speech rather than a free-for-all to hate Jews and hurt them?
Right, Harris. This is absolutely un-American, and many of us have worked on this issue now for the past year since the October 7th attacks, where we have these elite universities that are allowing these types of demonstrations or protests that get way out of hand on their campuses. So I would agree with Congresswoman Stefanik that no taxpayer dollars should be going to these universities. And I've called on the IRS to examine the 501c3 organizations that are backing these protests and see if they have violated any of their tax-exempt statuses by backing these protests. We've worked on anti-Semitism through the Department of Education. They have a legal obligation to ensure that our Jewish students can go to classes and do it freely without the threat of violence or hatred coming from these protesters. So there's a lot of work to be done, but bottom line, Harris, these campuses, these elite universities, they need to step up and do the right thing and make sure that education is available for all.
Well, and it's interesting what you say, how you've tied it to money in this particular way for these very, wealthy schools anyway. I mean, if you take away the taxpayer dollars, and some might scratch their heads to know why they're even getting any of that, that'll put even more pressure on those donors. And so if they got to dig deeper to actually fund more of this, and it's not on our backs as taxpayers, whether we would have kids that would go there or not, that's a really interesting way to take a big stab at this. Real quick last thought, and we'll move to the next.
Yes, absolutely. And those donors need to think very hard about what they are funding. And I think that they would have a very different opinion about how their dollars are being used at these institutions.
Well, Israel is still fighting terrorism on all fronts. It's, as we know, going after Hamas after those savages attacked them on October 7th. That war continues. 332 days of that now. In Gaza, as well as taking on some new actions to the north of Israel along its border with Lebanon against the Hezbollah terrorists. The IDF has hit a rocket launcher being used by the group in southern Lebanon. Meanwhile, President Biden is putting pressure on, no, not the terrorists. No, he's putting pressure on Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to do more to secure the release of the hostages being held by Hamas. That's after the Israeli military found 6 hostages dead over the weekend, and one of them an American citizen, as we know. Peter Doocy got into it with the White House. Watch this.
In the president's public comments, why is he harder on Benjamin Netanyahu than he is on the terrorist leader of Hamas?
The president has been very, very clear about Hamas leaders and what they have done. He was very clear on October 7th. He has been very clear multiple times thereafter on what Hamas has done. He was asked a question, he answered it directly, but Hamas is responsible. They have more American blood on their hands.
Well, critics are tearing into the Biden-Harris administration's response to all of this. Michael Goodwin titled his column, "Feckless Biden and Kamala have thrown Israel to the wolves with their ignorance and betrayal." A former Bush Middle East official also ripped Harris's handling of Israel. Watch this.
Throughout these last few months, before she was the nominee, Vice President Harris made a series of statements very critical of Israel and how it's operated since October 7th, including saying that Israel cannot go into Rafah. The idea that Harris is dictating or had been dictating that Israel can't go into Rafah is very disconcerting.
Senator, last week, and we have a picture of you meeting with the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu. You met with him and committed to always standing with Israel and continuing to work to rescue those hostages. Look, I am flabbergasted by the fact, and a little bit more about that emotionally, so much more, it's only an hour show, about the fact that there's no outrage right now. An American was executed by terrorists after being held for them for so many days. And the White House really tacitly does nothing. They come out with a few words, but come on, where is the action now? We can go in and rescue our own people. Your former military, would you advocate that we go get our own people now?
Well, Harris, I've been advocating for the release of American hostages since October 7th. Since we lost over 40 American individuals in the attack, we had 8 that were taken into Gaza held hostage. And since the loss of Hersh Goldberg, Poland, now we have 4 that are presumed to still be alive. God rest his soul. We need the United States to stand up for our American citizens. And so I'm advocating that our military do whatever possible to get our American hostages back. It's very complicated in that region, but long term, we need to make sure we get, in the short term, get our American hostages back. That's number one. But in the long term, what we have to do is stand by Israel and make sure that they have a long-term Israel, not something that will go by the wayside over the course of the next few decades. We can't continually give away Israel. The Jewish people have to have their home, and that is Israel. So the United States needs to stand up. Kamala Harris, where the heck has she been? Where has Joe Biden been over the course of the last 300+ days of this conflict? We never hear them talk about the hostages. We never hear them talk about Americans that were killed. If this had happened anywhere else around the globe, we would have had retribution. And we do not see that coming from this administration. Why? Because if we go back to the previous segment, the college protesters, Harris, that is Kamala Harris's base. They do not want a long-term solution for Israel nor the Jewish people. So let's remember that when everybody goes to vote this November. We need a long-term commitment to Israel. And let me tell you what, Kamala Harris is not going to stand up and do that.
Look, we know who they are, though. I mean, this administration doesn't go get Americans in trouble. Look at Afghanistan. There were so many people behind the lines of the Taliban and the terrorists there after our 13 American servicemen and women were killed at the airport on our way out of that country after 2 decades of war. We tried to deal with the Taliban. That didn't work. I mean, this administration wanted to deal, remember, just a few weeks ago with Hamas. They've got the whole thing upside down, and none of it includes sending in specialists like you were in the military to go get our people. All right, let's get to this. It keeps getting worse for the USS Secret Service, if it could. In the wake of the attempted assassination on former President Donald Trump, new information is creating some even bigger questions around the quality of training and staffing decisions with the Secret Service agents. Republican Senator Josh Hawley says whistleblowers told him personnel are, quote, woefully unprepared to properly protect the presidential candidates. Let's watch.
What I've heard tonight, Jesse, is that most of the agents who were there at that rally in Butler were not Secret Service agents. They were, in fact, Homeland Security agents. And get this, most of those Homeland Security agents, the only training that they received was an online webinar, a 2-hour online webinar. It is absolutely outrageous. Now, why aren't these guys out there, Secret Service and FBI, doing regular briefings, answering questions, giving us answers? They're not doing any of that. They're hoarding the information. They're keeping it from the public.
Wow. A 2-hour online webinar. The Secret Service responded to Hawley's claims just this morning, so they must have hit home. Here's a quote. Respects the role of oversight. We know that the United States Service does. To date, we have provided over 1,500 pages of documentation to Congress and have made employees available for transcribed interviews. These efforts will continue as our desire to learn from this failure and ensure that it never happens again is unwavering, end quote. No mention of the alleged training concerns of the staffing at the Butler rally. The bipartisan House task force investigating the shooting has requested interviews with local police and more information from them. This seems like a hot mess sandwich, and we're all choking on it.
Harris, you are absolutely right. There is no way this is acceptable. This is a former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. He is also our candidate as Republicans to be the next president of the United States. And to handle it in this sloppy fashion is absolutely unacceptable. And Senator Hawley is correct. It is outrageous. Never, ever could I imagine training for such an important mission and using teams. I cannot imagine as a young company commander saying to my soldiers, okay, folks, we're going to sit down and we're going to look at a computer and that's going to train you for your next mission. That is not acceptable. Yeah, it is not acceptable. So, Harris, we've got to stay on this. We do have our role as the United States Congress and oversight, and we will get to the bottom of this.
Thank goodness for that. Senator, thank you for your time. Good to see you.
Thank you, Harris.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Former presidential candidate RFK Jr. joins us now. All right, RFK Jr., if you were on stage facing Kamala Harris, how would you turn this exchange into a victory for you?
I talk about her record. I talk about the border. I would, if between 7 and as high as 15 million illegal immigrants who've come in, escorted in by the Sinaloa drug cartel. They've been crushing the social safety system in our country. I talk about the COVID lockdowns, which closed 3.3 million businesses, and 41% of the black-owned businesses will never reopen. It shifted $4.3 trillion north from the American middle class to this new oligarchy of billionaires. I would talk about censorship. I think she's very, very vulnerable on that because of the statements that she's made, but also the policy of the Biden administration. You now have Mark Zuckerberg coming forward and saying that the Biden White House ordered him to censor President Biden's political opponents. And I'd want to know about where she stood on that. I talk about the health epidemic in our country that is overwhelming American children. I talk about her role in gaslighting the country about President Biden's mental condition. She told the country that she was talking to him every day and that he was perfectly okay. And then we realized that it was all a hoax when we saw him on the debating stage. Oh, I think she has a lot of, the economy is a mess. We've got I want to know how she's going to deal with the housing crisis, how she's going to get our kids back into houses again. You know, our kids can't afford housing, the first generation in history. I'd ask her about the deficit, $35 trillion. $1 trillion every 90 days, we're adding $1 trillion. Within 5 years, 50 cents out of every dollar that we spend in taxes is going to go to servicing the debt. Does she have a plan for that? And then I'd ask her whether she's content to go.
She doesn't have a plan. She doesn't have a plan, obviously. Or if she has a plan, it's not her plan. It's other people's plan that they tell her is her plan, and then she'll just voice it. You talked when you went up on stage with Donald Trump a little while back about making America healthy again, and he's deputizing you. And you're going to make America healthy again. So when you get in there, if Donald Trump is fortunate enough to be reelected, how are you going to strangle the food industry so that it can't poison the children? And how are you going to strangle the pharmaceutical industry so it can't poison the people? Because I don't know, RFK, I'd rather go up against the CIA than take on big food and big pharma. I mean, that is not going to be easy. What's your plan?
No, it's not going to be easy, but, you know, the regulatory agencies were set up to do exactly that, and now they're doing exactly the opposite. And, you know, I've litigated on these issues, Jesse, against NIH, against CDC, against FDA. When you litigate against these agencies, you get a PhD in corporate capture and how to unravel it. And I understand exactly what we need to do. We need to take the $42 billion budget of NIH, which is now being used to incubate new pharmaceutical products to treat chronic disease. And instead, we need to figure out what's causing it. We need to name names. We need to say, you know, whether it's high fructose corn syrup is linked to the obesity epidemic, establish the science behind that. And once we have a good science out there, the litigators come in and we'll solve the problem.
So you are going to tackle root causes. That's interesting. I remember someone else was responsible for root causes and didn't really get to the bottom of it. I like that plan. I hope the plan works. RFK Jr., thank you so much for joining us again on Jesse Watters Primetime.
Thank you, Jesse. Thanks for having me again.
Of course. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else. What would you say if I told you Russia collusion's back? You'd say, Jesse, Democrats are stupid, but they're not that stupid. No one would believe it. Well, you'd be wrong, because it's back.
Breaking news out of Washington this morning. Sources now telling us exclusively that the Biden administration is set to accuse publicly Russia of extensive and prolonged interference in the 2024 election.
The Biden administration taking a series of actions to target what they allege are attempts by Russian-backed actors to manipulate public opinion here in the U.S. ahead of the presidential election.
They're doing it again, and they're using the same guys they always use.
This is being described by our sources as a whole-of-government action designed to target Russian propaganda and disinformation aimed at interfering in the 2024 election. It is said to include sanctions by the Treasury Department, law enforcement action by the Justice Department.
That guy there was Ken Dilanian, who, if he's not a CIA agent, he's a CIA puppet. Every deep state hoax, Agent Dilanian's got the scoop. Sources told him there was Russia collusion in 2016, the laptop was fake, and COVID definitely didn't leak from the lab. Ken Dilanian was busted sending the CIA drafts of stories before he published them. One draft he sent to the CIA had the subject line, "Does this look better?" The LA Times had to disown Dilanian after he was outed as a CIA collaborator. The United States government has interfered in nearly every country's elections. The CIA used to buy off entire political parties in Italy and Japan. literally handing out suitcases of cash to politicians, and has staged violent coups in Iran, Guatemala, Vietnam, Indonesia, countless countries, and pumped out American propaganda throughout Europe and Asia for decades. And we're now in an all-hands-on-deck situation because of a few Russian websites.
The Justice Department is seizing 32 internet domains that the Russian government and the Russian-sponsored actors have used to engage in a covert campaign to interfere and influence the outcome of our country's elections. This task force has been marshaling the full resources of the Justice Department to aggressively investigate and prosecute threats targeting election workers, officials, and volunteers.
What exactly is the Biden-Harris administration accusing Russia of? The machine tells the Times the Kremlin's propaganda apparatus has thrown itself behind Mr. Trump's candidacy, creating online news outlets and fake videos to denigrate President Biden and, more recently, Ms. Harris. If you're wondering what this Russia disinformation looks like, here it is. If you see the following narratives on the internet, it could be Russian interference. Are you ready? Record inflation, unaffordable prices for food and essential goods, risk of job losses for white Americans, privileges for people of color, threat of crime coming from people of color and immigrants, overspending on foreign policy. The United States government wants us to believe that the Russians are using Republican talking points to interfere with the election. And if we see things online about DEI or migrant crime or even record inflation, it could be Russian propaganda. And anybody who emails this stuff around or says it on TV could be a Russian agent and should be under investigation. This show tonight has all the earmarks of Russian propaganda. How do we know when Trump campaign officials appear on primetime? They're just not really Russian cutouts whose phones need to be tapped. After the Russia hoax was debunked by their own special counsel, they think you're not smart enough to remember. Even the reporters in the room are like, Garland, you're kidding, right?
Russia today sent a statement to Fox News and some other outlets here, mocking the situation. They had 5 bullet points or 6 bullet points. The first said, ha, 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 ha. 2016 wants its cliches back. In all seriousness, there is a subsection of the country that when they hear Russian interference, they may believe that it's not true. It's not a real thing. How do you assure people this is a real situation?
I'm sure that was much funnier in the original Russian, but for us, it's not funny. This is deadly serious, and we are going to treat it accordingly.
The Russians are probably meddling in our election to cause chaos. We expect it, but we can handle it. But it's not going to affect the outcome. If a couple more people on Twitter say, prices are so high, I can't afford a house, hashtag thanks, Harris, that's not going to cost her Georgia. And if you're Russia, you want Harris as president. The Russians invaded on her watch. Chinese agents are working in Democrat governors' offices. They're sleeping with Democrat congressmen. They're chauffeuring Democrat senators around and even bribing the Bidens with cash and diamonds. But oh, watch out for those Russians on YouTube. The Chinese are interfering on behalf of Harris. The Iranians are interfering on behalf of Harris. The cartels want Harris to win. If Harris wins, I'm not going to blame the whole world. But if she loses, the Democrats are going to blame Russia and investigate Trump again for collusion. They're locking in their excuse now for losing and their insurance policy. We predicted it. The deep state's designated Trump a foreign threat, likely triggering another counterintelligence investigation run by the CIA and FBI. And they've designated Trump a domestic threat by combining the dictator on day one and bloodbath hoaxes. So the deep state's going to be crawling all over the Trump campaign this election. And if he wins, it'll be another war from within. If this is some kind of early October surprise, it's sloppy. This witch hunt's so obvious, Trump is refusing intel briefings because of it.
I don't want them because, number one, I know what's happening. They come in, they give you a briefing, and then 2 days later they leak it, and then they say you leaked it. So the only way to solve that problem is not to take it. I don't want it.
Understood.
I'll have plenty of them when I get in.
If Kamala is really up in the polls, what's with the dirty tricks? The last campaign that cooked up the collusion hoax lost. That should tell you that Kamala's internal polling must be pretty bad. The Democrats' numbers guru, Nate Silver, just put out another election forecast with Trump as the heavy favorite. Look at that. Kamala flunked her DNC speech and her CNN interview. And now Silver says Pennsylvania and Michigan have become something of an issue for Harris. Journalist Mark Halperin is hearing whispers that Democrats are ruling out PA. Listen.
I talked to two people today, Democrats who know the state very well, and they both said that they thought Harris not only was behind in Pennsylvania today, but they thought she was likely to lose the state. They didn't rule out that she could win it, but they thought it was unlikely. And if you believe that, what these people believe, and if you believe that what my source does, that her chances of winning Pennsylvania are quite low, you can't make her the favorite. And you almost can't even say this race is a toss-up, because Harris without Pennsylvania is not in a competitive competition.
The betting markets have Trump up 6 in Pennsylvania, while he's up in Nevada and up double digits in Georgia and Arizona. Kamala campaigned in New Hampshire today. New Hampshire hasn't gone red in 24 years. Her campaign's also spending time in Virginia and Minnesota. I thought those were blue states. Why do they need to be defended? The Harris campaign's also giving $25 million to House and Senate Democrats. It's almost like the money's better spent on the House and Senate because the White House is out of reach. Kamala is more unpopular than Biden. Wall Street Journal poll has her underperforming Biden with young voters, black voters, Latinos, men, and women. That's the entire country. And that's why this is going to be a dogfight. The Democrats' backs are up against the wall, and Trump expects them to play dirty.
You've said that politics is a dirty game in the past.
It is a dirty game. That's certainly true.
So if it is a game, how do you win at that game?
Well, you win at that game by getting the word out and by using sense. You have to have a feeling where it's going. You also have to have a feeling of what's right. You can't necessarily just go what's popular. You have to do what's good for a country.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
Told him horrible things. We weren't allowed to say that in the trial. She said horrible things about him. I guess they're since divorced. He's a very nice guy, African-American, and she said very bad things. We weren't allowed to use that in the trial, which surprised a lot of people. But she made up a story, it fabricated 100%, that I attacked her at Bergdorf Goodman. You know, it's very interesting. I don't think they were allowed to use this either. Her favorite show is Law and Order. And there's a almost exact story as her story in Law and Order about being attacked in the dressing room of a department store. I don't know if they used the name of the store, but that's her favorite show, Law and Order. She said that. And anyway, this evolved into a defamation case against me because I disputed her words because I told the truth. We were called. I was in the White House, and I said, no, it never happened. I didn't even know what they were talking about. This was, I think I was in the Oval Office. Sir, do you know anything about this? And this had to do with the book, and she had a few pages in a book making this claim. By the way, there was never a claim. There was never a police report. There was never anything mentioned. There was never publicity 30 or 40 years ago, whenever it took place. Nobody knows. She doesn't know when it took place. When did it take place? She has no idea. She thinks it was in the 1990s. She thinks it was in the 1990s. And the judge, we had 2 trials. We asked for a consolidation. He said no. The reason he said no is he'd rather have double the publicity because that's bad for me. Very bad, because I'm running for president. And this is not the kind of publicity you like. And whether it's true or not, it's horrible. And in this case, it's so false. It's a made-up, fabricated story by somebody, I think, initially just looking to promote a book. And when they called me, I denied the story. I got sued essentially for defamation because I'm denying a story where I'm right. I should be suing her for defamation. So that's where it is. Now, there were two witnesses. One is a woman who's followed me for years. She said in 1979, I was in an airplane with her, commercial flight, and we became very intimate. I just sat down. I think I had the book, The Art of the Deal. I was famous then, too. I've been famous for a long time. And we're sitting in first class, according to her. Never happened, by the way. Totally made up story. She's a Clinton person, too, by the way. Big Clinton person. She made up the story. And so many years ago, and I think it would be 1979, one of my many people behind me could correct it, but I think she said 1979. That's a long time ago. And I sat down. I believe I had some pretty big success then, and I was being talked about a lot. Maybe The Art of the Deal was out, sometime after that. I'm not sure. But I was well known. And passengers are coming into the plane. And she said, I was making out with her. And then, after 15 minutes, and then she changed her story a couple of times. Maybe it was quicker. That I grabbed her at a certain part, and that was when she had enough. Now, so think of the impracticality of this. I'm famous. I'm in a plane. People are coming into the plane. And I'm looking at a woman, and I grab her, and I start kissing her and making out with her. What are the chances of that happening? What are the chances? And frankly, I know you're going to say it's a terrible thing to say, but it couldn't have happened. It didn't happen. And she would not have been the chosen one. She would not have been the chosen one. She has gone around for years saying the story. Everywhere I go, she says this story. And it's a total lie. Now, I assume she'll sue me now for defamation like I got sued by E. Jean Carroll, who interestingly said she's been hurt, damaged, but she's made more money since she did this than she ever made in her life. She gets paid a lot of money to go talk bad things about me. So remember this whole thing started, along with just about every other case I'm involved with the political campaign of Harris, and who's having a bad time because she can't talk, of Harris and Joe Biden. This was election interference. It all is. It's all fabricated. But fabricated in front of very friendly judges for them and in very friendly areas for them. If you get a jury, it's very hard to win in a jury where you have 3 or 4 or 5% Republican votes. Very, very tough, actually. 2 witnesses. One is named Jessica Leeds, so she was up again. She can't get rid of her. She was up. She said, I was in an airplane doing that. A couple of things. You have an armrest in planes back in those days. Oh, by the way, she didn't know anything about the flight, where we were going. I was in very few flights. I was a New York guy building New York buildings. I was in very few airplanes, I will tell you, in those days. 1979, I think. It's a long time ago. But you had the armrest, and in the old days, they didn't move. Okay? But she said she then got out, and she went to the back of the plane, and that was the end of the story, I think. And this story has followed me for years. But just to finish with her, Jessica Leeds, no police reports, no witnesses, no corroboration of any kind, no criminal suggestions, no nothing. Then you have another one, and this one is a writer for People magazine, who I actually thought was very nice. She came to Mar-a-Lago, and she wrote the most beautiful story you've ever seen. It was a love story about Melania and myself, a love story in People magazine. And that was it. It was a cover, I think, but it was a beautiful story. Everybody would love to have that marriage. She said the nicest things about me, about Melania. You have the story. I mean, you can read the story. And her name was whoever. Let's see. Her name was who? Yeah. I don't have it. Whatever her name was. I don't know the lady, so perhaps it's much better that way, but I really don't know the lady. So she wrote this beautiful story, and about, I don't know, years later, no police reports, no anything. Years later, the same person they called up, did you attack at Mar-a-Lago this woman, this writer, whatever her name is? And she was a witness in a case. Her and Leeds were the two witnesses, only two witnesses. Did you attack her? I said, who is she? And they said, she writes for People magazine. I said, I don't know anything about the lady. If I had a story long ago, years before, about People, but it was a very nice story. So I don't know. It has to be made up because I don't know what you're talking about. It turned out that the same lady that wrote this beautiful story years later said I attacked her. Now, think of this. Oh, and she said the butler knew everything. The old expression, the butler did it, right? Very famous in crime stories. Well, the butler was Tony Senecal, worked for me for a long time. He was retired at that time. That was years later he retired. He was retired when this hoax came out. And what happened is he totally confirmed my story, and he didn't even work for me anymore. He passed away a couple of years ago, a good man. He said, the woman was crazy. It never happened. I was the one that served her whatever she was drinking, and I was there, and nothing ever happened. But you don't need the butler. All you have to do is read the story. Think of this. A woman comes into Mar-a-Lago, interviews me about a love story about my wife and myself. And during that interview, I attacked her and pushed her up against the wall violently. Okay? And then she leaves and she writes a perfect story. A perfect story. She doesn't mention the event. Again, there's nothing on file at all. Zero. There was no complaints. There were no complaints to People magazine. There was no witness. There was nothing. Yeah, well, there was a witness, the butler, and he's already said everything. He's already told this story. Because this story, likewise, like Leeds, this story has followed me around. I could go through many other stories outside of this. You know, it's very funny. When you're rich and famous, you get a lot of people come up with a lot of stories. But you're writers, and some of you are legitimate writers, and some of you aren't. Some of you are fake news, and some of you are real news. But put yourself in my position. I'm running for president, and I have all these cases all of a sudden come out. And they're fake cases, and they report back to DOJ. And you have Lisa Monaco, one of the people at DOJ who I saw the other day talking about the Russia hoax. And yet she's friends with Andrew Weissman and that whole group and crew, who should be sued, by the way, because they're not a charity. All they are is a political organization that goes after Trump for the last 8 years. I mean, he's a sick person that runs that, too. But Lisa Monaco is in the Department of Justice, but she's a Andrew Weissman person who's been after me for years. So far, he's failed. And he's having a heart attack because I'm leading in the polls, I guess. If you look at the Nate Silver, very respected guy. I don't know him, but he has me up by a lot. So let's say we're leading, or let's say we're tied, or let's say what difference. I'm in the race. It's between two people, but I think we're leading by a lot because the opponent refuses to do an interview because she can't talk. And they're not going to skate through it. We're not going to have a Marxist president. The people are getting it. So we go down to court today to talk about this case is a scam. And all I can say is that I never met the woman other than this picture, which could have been AI generated. I don't know. Showed up out of nowhere, but it's fine. Nice picture with her husband, and lots of other people are online. It's a celebrity line. But never met her, never touched her, never had anything to do with her. The other thing is I was very famous then. If I would have walked into Bergdorf Goodman, the department store that she said, everybody would have said, oh, there's Trump. And it would have been, at that time, on page 6. Page 6 was the equivalent of today's internet. And it would have been a big story if I would have walked into that store, gone into a dressing room, and supposedly you know what to her. Never happened. Never happened. Total phony story. And I feel sad that I have to come up here and explain it. I have all this legal talent, but legal talent cannot overcome rigged judges. They can't overcome a 4% Republican area. And I'm disappointed in my legal talent, I'll be honest with you. They're good. They're good people. They're talented people. Today at the trial, they didn't mention the dress. So the Monica Lewinsky type dress was a big part of the trial. Big part of the trial. I said, why didn't you mention that? And I heard there was a dress involved. And I wasn't frightened at all because I did nothing with her. Never touched this woman, saw this woman, had no idea who she was. But they have a dress, sir. I said, so what? Well, sir, it's very sir. They used that dress to try and intimidate me. They used that dress with the public. That dress was such a famous dress. It was Monica Lewinsky, part 2, the dress. And the judge wanted it for trial. And it was going to go into trial. And then they found out there was nothing on the dress, which I knew. And then the judge wouldn't allow it to be used. So they used it as a cudgel. They used it as a hammer over my head. And then the judge, when he heard that it showed totally negative, the judge wouldn't allow us to use it at trial. Then there was an Anderson Cooper interview where she said essentially, no, he didn't rape me. She was selling her book. She wrote a book. The book would have been a total failure, probably was anyway, although probably sold more recently. Again, there's a woman that wasn't doing well until she came out with this stuff about me. And that's happened to others too, by the way. She's not the only one. But they have the Anderson Cooper tape. And in the Anderson Cooper tape, it's an interview of her. And Cooper says something to the effect, did he rape you? Did he rape you? He was so happy. Oh, did he rape you? And she gave a very good answer for me, but a bad answer for CNN, for Anderson. And he said, we're going to commercial break right now. We're going. Then she came back from commercial break, and she was much more hostile. But this man wouldn't let us use the tape or the proper questions having to do with the tape. Wouldn't let us. The Judge Kaplan, wouldn't let it be used. We wanted to get the outtakes. In other words, what did Anderson Cooper talk to her about during that intermission for a commercial that he called for immediately? Where do you see this? I mean, some of you have seen it, some of you haven't. We're going to commercial break right now. And so what happened is we weren't able to use it. The other thing is we had not one trial, we had 2 trials. Nobody understands why. We asked for a consolidation. And I wanted to show up to the trial, to the first trial. My lawyer, who's not up here, not with us any longer, sir, you should not show up. You're the former president or the president. I don't even know when the trial was, but you're the president of the United States, sir. This is beneath you. I've got this 100%. The dress is negative, but he wasn't able to use it. Sir, it's beneath you to show up. I said, But wouldn't that be bad for a jury? Wouldn't that be sort of bad for a jury if I don't show up? He said, sir, you don't have to show up. I've got this. You shouldn't do it. It's beneath you. It's beneath the office of the president. I understood what he meant by that. And so I didn't show up. And I was found guilty of something that I do with a woman that I have never seen, touched, or in any way was involved with, nor would I want to be. I would not want to be. My people say, please don't say that. I would not want to be involved with her. And that's where we are. So we're appealing it, and people would say it's not a friendly panel based on the appointments, but you'll look that up yourself. But I hope they understand this is the office of the President of the United States, and there has to be fairness shown. Our court system is looking so bad. If you're a Democrat, these are all Democrat-appointed people. Biden, Clinton, I think others. 3 people. They seem very good today, and I mean, they seem absolutely fine, but I've read and I've heard it's not a friendly panel, but I wasn't surprised because I don't get friendly panels. I don't get friendly panels. But where we've had fair judges, where we've had brilliant judges, frankly, I don't know the judge in Florida, Judge Cannon, don't know her at all. But I think she's a brilliant woman. I think she handled a scam. It's a scam case. That's the documents case. That's the case where Biden, who had 10 times more documents, took all this stuff for years, 50 years, and he was exonerated. Of course, they said he was incompetent, so he wasn't fit. So he was exonerated based on that. But me, I don't get exonerated so easily. And I had a thing called the Presidential Records Act, which exonerates me. But we won that trial, and the other side plays the ref. Crew and Weissman and all these people. And again, Lisa Monaco should not be involved in this because she's been after Trump for years, and now she's like the second person at the DOJ. But she's with all these people. And they're playing the ref, and they say terrible things about judges. They do it with the Supreme Court justices because they think they're going to intimidate them. I think it should be illegal. That's what the DOJ should look into, the legality of these people taking a brilliant judge and demeaning her, and taking other people that are fair and solid and demeaning them. It's called playing the ref. Nobody did it better than the late, great Bobby Knight basketball coach. He would play, he would scream at those refs and everything, and they'd say, Bobby, you're not going to get the decision overturned. Yep, but the next one I will. And he was right. He was a great basketball coach. Last coach to have an undefeated season. Last coach in basketball to have it many years ago. He also endorsed me, but he played the ref. These people are playing the ref when they are allowed to call for recusal, impeachment of a judge because they're not getting their way. And for some reason, the other side doesn't do that. They don't do that. The other side is much softer. Republicans play it a lot softer, but they play it legitimately. So I'm going to ask, if I might, Will Scharf to come up, just say a couple of words about what took place today. One of our attorneys working on this it's a ridiculous case. Remember, it never happened. It was made up for political reasons. And the DOJ is behind everything. Every one of these cases. It's political interference. It's a witch hunt, just like the fake Russia scam was a witch hunt. And just like they want to start that scam all over again by announcing that Russia we're talking about. And you know what they do when they do that? They intimidate people from having a fair election. They intimidate poll workers from speaking up when they see crooked things take place in the election. And it's a disgrace. Our country's in serious trouble. Our judicial system is in very serious trouble. Will, please come up. Thank you.
Y'all, my name is Will Scharf. I'm one of President Trump's attorneys. Today we presented oral argument before the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit in one of two cases brought against President Trump by E. Jean Carroll. Now, it's really important to remember that E. Jean Carroll's story at its heart is an utterly implausible he said, she said story. There is no corroboration for anything she has ever claimed about President Trump. There are no corroborating witnesses. As President Trump alluded to, there is not confirmatory DNA. No police report was filed at the time of this alleged incident. She was unable to identify when this incident occurred until quite recently. No surveillance evidence or witnesses have ever been found or come forward confirming any aspect of E. Jean Carroll's story. In light of that, in light of the utter implausibility of the story that E. Jean Carroll was attempting to sell to the jury in this case, her attorneys introduced evidence that should have never seen the inside of a courtroom. Utterly insane efforts to introduce propensity witnesses, Jessica Leeds and Natasha Stoynoff, most notably, in an unfair and improper effort to buttress E. Jean Carroll's failed attempt to assault President Trump. Jessica Leeds' story is instructive here. This is a woman who claims that in the middle of a crowded airliner in 1979, President Trump assaulted her. Leeds has never been able to identify where this plane departed from, where it went to, the date of the flight in question, making our efforts to disprove her testimony extremely difficult. Under the federal rules of evidence, this story should have never been allowed to be presented to the jury in this case. The same is true of Natasha Stoynoff's story, which again lacks any indicia of reliability, any sort of credibility, any sort of confirmatory testimony from other witnesses, or anything else that would make you believe that this actually happened. So on the one hand, you have a judge who allowed in this improper propensity evidence that should not have been allowed in. In our view, that polluted the jury's deliberations in this case. That presented a story to the jury of a series of a pattern of conduct that the jury should not have been considering. And we think that absent that propensity evidence, no fair jury could have reached the verdict that was reached in this case. And as a result, we believe that this verdict needs to be overturned. But there's more than that. In addition to this improper propensity evidence, President Trump and his trial team were prevented cross-examining E. Jean Carroll and other witnesses on crucial issues in particular relating to political coordination and the political motivation behind this entire lawsuit. This is a lawsuit that was instigated in large part by George Conway, a longtime political foe and adversary of President Trump. This is a lawsuit that was funded by Reid Hoffman, a key political ally of the Biden-Harris administration and a major Democrat donor. We were limited in the evidence we were allowed to present at trial about these crucial facts. We were prevented from cross-examining E. Jean Carroll on aspects of that dynamic that underlies this entire lawsuit. And that, too, unfairly corrupted the jury's deliberations in this case and requires reversal of the jury verdict. I think this political coordination point is particularly important, though. It's important to emphasize because what we have seen in the last few years is a weaponization by the Biden administration and by their political allies of our legal system and of our courts to unlawfully, unconstitutionally interfere with President Trump's core First Amendment right to run for president. That is a right guaranteed to him by the Constitution. That is the right that his political opponents are attempting to strip away from him. We have seen this in case after case after case where unfair political motives have underlay what should be serious legal proceedings. And I think when you look at this situation in toto, when you look at what the left, when you look at what the Biden-Harris administration is attempting to do to President Trump, this is insane. This is an absolute abuse of our legal system. It's an absolute abuse of the rule of law. It should be deeply offensive, not just to political supporters of President Trump, but to each and every American. With respect to today's appeal, we are hopeful that the Second Circuit understands what's at stake here. We are hopeful that the Second Circuit understands what occurred during this trial, which was an improper use of evidence to buttress E. Jean Carroll's entirely meritless claims on the one hand, and an improper exclusion of evidence that would have informed the jury about the true motivation behind this lawsuit and that we believe would have resulted in a very different verdict. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I've done this one too many times, actually too many times for the last 3.5 years while President Trump has been trying to fight to get this country back. And I want to speak to the American women, and I want to speak to the people that need to get out and vote on November 5th. I have sat with President Trump for years now while he has been targeted with lies and with judges, AGs, and DAs who have specifically run in this city and others on getting Trump. The Trump administration will fix this problem. We will stop Kamala Harris's regime, because she was there, let's not forget that, and she still is, of using officials from the White House, putting them in DA's offices, in AG's offices, and attacking your political opponent. And this country deserves better than this. We do. We should not be sitting here at a press conference talking about this. We did this in 2016, and every woman had no reports. They come out when it's election time. And as a woman who has stood with President Trump, who has spent extensive time with President Trump and with his beautiful family, I will tell you, that is not President Trump, and I completely am disgusted by what I have seen happen to this person, his family, and the Trump organization that we stand in right now. You must vote Donald Trump back in, because as an attorney, as a woman, as a mother, our future of this country depends on it, and we need to stop this from happening. The DOJ is supposed to help our country and protect us, not attack us, because you cannot win in the polls. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both. And just in finishing this, we have numerous other trials that are also very much in coordination with the DOJ. They actually took just about their top person and they put him into the offices of the Attorney General of New York, and then also the office of the DA Bragg's office, to make sure the case is brought viciously against their political opponent. And it's a shame. It's a shame. Businesses will not come to New York because of it. Actually, in the case of Engoron, they used a consumer frauds case, never used before for a thing like this. And not only were my numbers correct, and again, this was a generality, all you need is a general, but I had really good numbers, but they were very conservative, very much on the low side. And the judge knew that. And the judge ruled a fine against me, the likes of which has never even been heard of. Businesses will never come to this state as long as that is able to be held up, because we won that trial so conclusively. We had an expert witness said that President Trump's financial, this was an expert witness from the Stern School of Business, one of the most highly respected people in the country, as an expert witness. He said, to the best of my remembering, it's a big statement, but he said, this is perhaps the best financial statement I've ever seen. But the judge made me pay like a $400 million fine. This is a consumer fraud statement. Think of it, consumer frauds case that they made it in. The judge refused to give it over to the commercial division where they could understand things, and they would have dismissed it immediately because this case had no merit whatsoever. The judge wanted to settle the case for a very much smaller amount. And I said, I'm not going to settle. I didn't do anything wrong. But he would have settled the case for a much smaller amount. He wanted to settle it for a much more. We had numerous meetings in his office for a fraction of the number that he gave. That was one of the interesting things. I figured that the worst that you could do is what he wanted to settle for, which was a very small number by comparison. And then he just came out with this number. This was a coordination with the DOJ. And the other case that you know about and you've been hearing about, which is same kind of a thing, also in coordination, is the Bragg case. And they actually wanted to put them together in New York. They wanted to put the DA case together with the Attorney General case, but they both wanted credit. They couldn't understand, they both wanted credit, so they had their own cases. and it's very corrupt in New York, and very, very corrupt. It's a very corrupt place and doing very badly. But when people see what happened, and when they see, oh, I've had so many calls from business people saying, this is just terrible. Today, there was a story about somebody in Southern District who's highly respected, knocking the hell out of both of those cases, say it's an embarrassment they were allowed to be brought. And I'm going to write out a list of things from Alan Dershowitz, Andrew McCarthy, Greg Jarrett, some of the greatest people, all legal scholars, great people, Jonathan Turley, like 10 highly respected, the most highly respected people that quote Calabresi, Judge Calabresi, that quote on cases, and they, I mean, shockingly, they can't even believe it. They said this case should not have been allowed to be brought, and that's about pretty much both cases, but it's about the case that we have in front of Judge Merchan. That case is a disgrace. Should have never been allowed. I did nothing wrong. And he took a non-existent, expired, long expired by the statute of limitations, misdemeanor. He made it into 34 or something more than that counts of felony. Nobody can even believe it. Over nothing. And if you look at that case, he wouldn't allow it. That whole thing was done by an attorney. I had nothing to do with it. That was done by an attorney, a sleazebag named Michael Cohen. And he did the whole thing. And you're allowed to have reliance on attorney. It's called reliance on attorney. You have a reliance on attorney. Attorney's allowed to do things. And all it was is a non-disclosure with somebody that said nothing happened, by the way. I might add that. If you don't mind, I'll add that. We have a statement, nothing happened. And he got a non-disclosure agreement. He did it on his own, and this judge refused to allow us to use that as a defense, the attorney-client defense, which is very standard. Other people have never heard that you're not allowed to use it. But he's the one that did it because I was running for president and running the country. He's the one that did it. So all of these cases are a disgrace. But the case that we had today downtown, I wish we could have mentioned the dress. Again, got the idea from Monica Lewinsky, but it was negative, wasn't allowed to be used. I wish we could have mentioned many of the other things, and I certainly wish we could have gone to CNN and got the outtakes, what's called the outtakes. What did Anderson Cooper tell her during the commercial? I'd love to find that out. So that's where we are. We have a very corrupt system of laws, but in that system we have some very good judges also, and I think in the end the good judges will prevail. And I hope Democrat-appointed judges can see a scam like this where somebody just makes up a story, probably out of Law and Order. I don't know, she made it up out of somewhere, but check out the Law and Order episode that we're talking about. Make up a story, and I end up getting sued. And by the way, the punishment is like $89 million and wouldn't have two cases. It should have been one case. But two cases is better because you get double bad publicity. We asked the judge, could you consolidate the cases? Same case. And he refused to do so. He wanted two cases. So two cases, two sets of lawyers, two everything. It's really, really very disgraceful. Let me talk about job numbers because, as you know, they just came out and they're a basic disaster. They are really bad. You had numbers that are shocking. Native-born Americans, we lost 1.3 million jobs, while foreign-born Americans were able to take all of those jobs. So foreigners coming in illegally, largely illegally, into our country, took the jobs of native-born Americans. And I've been telling you that's what's going to happen, because we have millions and millions of people pouring into our country, many from prisons and jails and mental institutions and insane asylums. Traffickers, human traffickers, women traffickers, sex traffickers, which, by the way, that's the kind of thing that people should be looking at, because it's horrible. And it's turning out that migrant crime is far worse than any crime that we've ever experienced. If you look at Aurora, Colorado, they're taking over the place. They took over buildings, and this is just the beginning. You haven't seen anything yet. You haven't seen any. They've allowed well over 20 million people, in my opinion. Other people say, well, it's only 13. No, it's much more than 20. I think it's much more than 20. Our country is being invaded because of incompetent people like Kamala that doesn't want to do one interview. She does one softball interview with CNN. Couldn't have been nicer. Dana Bash, you know what? I gained respect for Dana Bash and for Jake Tapper, because in my interview with Sleepy Joe, I thought they were very fair, actually. I was surprised. They were very fair. I'm going into very hostile territory shortly on a debate with ABC, George Slopadopoulos and that group. And ABC, I think, is the worst of everybody. I think they're the worst. They're the nastiest. They're as bad as you can be. They're worse than NBC, which is saying a lot. And we have something coming. And the reason I'm doing it is because that's the only one that she would do it with, because her best friend is the head of ABC or ABC News, and her husband's best friend is married to that one. So, and Donna Brazile is there. You remember the famous Donna Brazile? She gave Hillary Clinton the questions. You remember that? That was a little embarrassing. She got fired, I assume, for that. But now she's working at ABC. So I said, I'll do it anyway, because even if she knows the answers and knows the questions, I don't think she'll be very good. And this is not what our country wants. And I feel I have an obligation to do it. And she'd never stand up here like this and give a news conference and speak about what's happening with the weaponization of our justice system. This is the weaponization of justice at a level that nobody's ever seen in this country before. We've never seen it. You see it in third world countries, you see it in banana republics, but you don't see it in the United States of America, and it's a very sad thing. And I think I'm doing a great service by having gone through it and revealing it, because, you know, it came out with an indictment from the district attorney, which, again, just revealed today, and I hope you're going to do a story because it's a big story. The Southern District of New York was, and this is a very highly respected group of people. He said it was a disgrace that that case was brought. It was a disgrace that the case was brought in front of Merchan. The case is a disgrace. Should have never been brought. Should have never been brought. And the case in front of Judge Engoron, just in terms of the case itself, we had 4 or 5 overturns in the appellate division. I only hope the appellate division, for the good of New York, otherwise you just say, God save the state. For the good of New York, I hope that the appellate division will do what's right on that case, because that case was a scam. But every single one of these cases that I'm mentioning, they're all hoaxes and scams. No different than Russia, Ukraine, the impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2, all these things that we won. We won them all. But it takes time, it takes effort. And they're at it again. But this time, what they're doing is they're hitting us as hard as possible. You know, it's very interesting. It just brings to light the lawyer on the hoax that we're talking about now, having to do with E. Jean Carroll. She said, the way to defeat Trump is go after him civilly as often as possible, make his life miserable, sue him all the time, keep him in court, and let him spend a fortune. That's the lawyer I have in the E. Jean Carroll case. And that's exactly what they've done. The only thing I can say that's good about it is the public understands And my poll numbers, I believe, are higher now than they would have been without it, because the public understands it's a hoax, it's a scam, it's a political witch hunt, and some of you should be ashamed of yourselves. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage four-term Congresswoman from Hawaii's 2nd District and Lieutenant Colonel in the United States Army Reserve, Tulsi Gabbard.
It is such a privilege to join all of you here tonight. Thank you for your patience. It's worth the wait, right? What a special week to be here to join all of you. A few things have happened. Not sure if you caught it in the news. 2 former Democratic presidential candidates have endorsed Donald J. Trump to be President of the United States. You might have heard of a guy named Bobby Kennedy Jr. And I was really proud to stand with President Trump just this past Monday to announce my endorsement and support for him in front of thousands of my National Guard soldiers and airmen, fellow soldiers and airmen. Because I am so excited about the opportunity that we have before us to stand together, not as Democrats and Republicans, but as proud Americans who love this great country. There's a lot of work to be done. The stakes could not be higher than they are right now. President Trump is going to talk about, and we'll have a conversation about, why these stakes are so high and how he and he alone is the candidate to lead us toward that path of peace, prosperity, and freedom. Join me in welcoming the next President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
We love our country. We love our country, don't we? It's amazing. And it's a great country, but we have to take it back because our country's not feeling so well nowadays, and we're going to bring it back, and we're going to make it healthy and beautiful and better than ever. And it's really, this is some crowd. Let's have a good time. Thank you very much, everybody.
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
This is a very special evening for us all to have a conversation about some of the real issues that are facing Americans across the country and that don't get talked about often enough. And I want to start with one that's very personal to me, hard to talk about sometimes, This is only the second time I've spoken about it publicly, but my husband and I were married almost 10 years ago. We wanted to start a family. We were very excited about it. Unfortunately, it was very difficult. We were not successful in trying to get pregnant. For us, IVF seemed to be the only option and the last resort. As you know, it's a pretty difficult process. It's very, very expensive. I was in Congress at the time, traveling. I would carry the medicine that I had to administer shots to myself sometimes in an airport bathroom. And ultimately, the most difficult part was every time going to the doctor for another transfer and hoping that it would result in a positive pregnancy test, and then being heartbroken over and over every time that test came back negative. Now, I know some of your opponents, your political opponents, are saying that you want to ban IVF. While it didn't work for us, it's worked for a lot of families. And I just know that there are women and couples in this crowd, or those who are watching here tonight, who may be going through this same struggle and are concerned about being able to have this option, either because they might not be able to afford it, or they're concerned that it just may not be available. And I'd love for you to talk to them about how they should feel.
Well, thank you very much, Tulsi. And I didn't know about your situation. And it's tough stuff, right? Tough. Life is pretty tough. It can be beautiful, but it can be difficult. We are doing something with IVF, because IVF, as you know from friends and people you know, it's really worked out very well for a lot of people. It gave them a child when they would not have had a child. And I told my people I wanted to look at this a couple of weeks ago. And as you know, we have no taxes on a thing called tips. You know that? And I said, tell me, we did three things. We did that, and we did no tax for seniors on Social Security benefits. We want to have that. And I've been seeing a lot of IVF, and I kept hearing that I'm against it, and I'm actually very much for it. In fact, in Alabama, where the judge ruled against it, and I countered the judge and came out with a very strong statement for it. And the Alabama...
You were very quick in your response to that.
I was, but they were too. They were amazing. The legislature approved virtually my statement. I'm in full IVF, and it has really gone. It's terrific. And I said, so with the tips and with the Social Security, the no taxes on Social Security, I said maybe for IVF, and I've been looking at it, and what we're going to do is for people that are using IVF, which is fertilization, the government is going to pay for it, or we're going to get or mandate your insurance company to pay for it, which is going to be great. We're going to do that.
I can't tell you how life-changing that would be for so many families, because it costs a lot of money. A lot of people go into debt just for the hope of being able to start their own family.
Well, it's big, and you know what? We want to produce babies in this country, right? We want to produce babies. So I think it's going to be something we sort of announced it a little bit. We were in a great place, Michigan. We all love Michigan, right? We're going to bring back the car industry, and we're going to get a lot of it back to Michigan. They've been taking our cars away. They've been taking our manufacturing away over years, over decades. And if you look at it today, it's a shell of what it was years ago, but we're going to bring it back. Mexico is right now building massive car factories, actually being financed and built by China, and they think they're going to sell their cars back into our country. It's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Oh, listen to that. That is not going to happen. But so many things have gone wrong in the car industry. The union leadership has been horrible. I think I'm going to win by 85%, the union, but because we're bringing it back. And we're going to have electric cars, but we're going to have gasoline-powered cars, and we're going to have hybrids. We're going to have every kind of car. We're not going with just that. But I just felt that it would be a good place to announce it, and we did sort of the announcement there a little bit, and now we do the big announcement tonight in front of all of these television stations, all of the fake news, the fake. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. I don't know what's going on. We don't even know, I was saying, because we're doing this. And I finished, and I figured I was going to come here, and we're going to make a speech. I had a speech all set for you. I was ready. They said, sir, you're actually doing a town hall. I said, oh, nobody told me that. I said, who's doing it? They said, Tulsi. I said, well, that's at least good news. I've been a fan of hers for a long time, I have to tell you. So I didn't even know. I'm in the plane, and I'm looking over some material, and we're going to give you a hell of a speech tonight. We were set to give you one hell of a speech. They said, no, sir, it's a town hall. I said, why doesn't somebody tell me this stuff? And I don't even have any idea who we're doing it for. I don't know. Is it for a network or what? I see a lot of television all over the place, so maybe it's on all of them. But I did get to see the strangest thing today. I looked at the news conference of Kamala. I call her Comrade Kamala. She's you know that, she's a Marxist. Her father was a Marxist before her, so she was brought up in the family tradition. And she really is, and this country is not ready for a Marxist. We don't want a Marxist as a president. And she destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California. And we're not going to let it destroy our country. I'll tell you, it's not going to happen. So, but just to finish, so for some reason she doesn't want to talk to anybody. So she's either not the smartest light in the ceiling. I'm trying to be nice here. I want to be. They say, be nice, sir, be nice. It's hard to be nice when somebody is destroying your country and wants to destroy your country. It's hard to be like nice. But she is, she was a terrible vice president. She was a terrible border czar, worst in history probably, not just in this country. But the border, millions and millions of people, I say 20 million plus, have poured through the border during their term. I had the safest border in the history of our country. They have the most unsafe border in the history of the world. And they're coming through, and many of them are from prisons and jails. There's a slight difference, as you know, prisons and jails. Many are from mental institutions and insane asylums, and many are terrorists, and they're pouring into our country at a level. I don't know if you saw the news today, Tulsi. They had a group of, a lot of them, Venezuelan people with lots of machine guns taking over a building someplace. I'm looking, I'm saying, where is that? They went in and they took over a building. This is just the beginning. They're taking their criminals from all over the world, not just South America, not just Venezuela, which you've been reading about, all over the world. They're taking their criminals and they're dumping them into the United States. Kamala is allowing it to happen. And they actually want to give them papers. They want to make them citizens, and they want to give them your Social Security. They want to give them your Medicare, and your Social Security will collapse under her. I'm the one that's going to protect the Social Security. But they're coming. I will totally protect, as I did for 4 years. And there was no age increase. There was no anything. We're going to protect. They destroy you with inflation, and then they want to destroy your Social Security. So it's not going to happen. But this is going to be the most important election in the history of our country. So I just want to say that it's an honor to be with you tonight. It's a forum that's very different because I have no idea who the hell is broadcasting it. But all we'll do is we'll talk because we're friends. I love this state. I gave them Marinette. We gave them a very big, Tulsi, we have a ship contract. And as you know, we gave Marinette yards, but we gave them a tremendous contract. They wanted it all over the country. I said, we're going to get it for Wisconsin, and it's a big one. And they're doing a great job, I understand. So we got that. And we're going to have a good time tonight. So let's go.
Mr. President, you talked about immigration. We actually have Amber here who's quite concerned about that, and she's got a question for you.
Mr. President, hello. My name is Amber, and I'm from Cameron, Wisconsin. I have 3 beautiful children, and I'm torn on who to support. My youngest daughter is here tonight. My oldest son is 18, and he just started trade school this week. Very proud of him. My concern is that illegal immigration is threatening opportunities for my children. I worry that it's taking away jobs from Americans. I'm wondering, what will you do about that?
All right, well, it's great. I think I'll stand up and... Do you mind if I turn around? Thank you, Amber, very much. And you're right. I'll tell you, we have the people that I'm talking about. They're pouring in at levels never seen before. They're coming in by millions and millions, and a lot of them are taking the jobs for the black population, the Hispanic population, and unions are going to be very badly affected because, and I was talking to some of the union heads who I actually do get along with, but they're very concerned about it because the jobs that are, the people that are coming in are just taken, and it's going to start with the black population. African Americans are losing their jobs, and I don't know if you heard the latest statistic that of the jobs that these people created, which is very little, every single job was taken, about 107% was taken by illegal immigrants. There's been no job creation from them. The jobs were filled by illegal immigrants. With all of that being said, I want to give you a very positive answer. We're going to win this election. We're going to turn this country around. We're going to become an unbelievable growth country. And your boy is going to have the greatest job. And you want to have a lot of choice with jobs. You know, you want them to go up and they get up and they, it's hard to believe I have that the way I get treated. But I look forward to every day because we're going to make America great again. So I really do. I look forward to it.
That's right.
But we're going to create a lot of jobs. We're going to create. Does he want to stay here? Or does he want to go to a different state or anything? Yeah, someplace in the Midwest. But this is a good place to stay, right? Wisconsin. So we'll be creating tremendous jobs for our country. And we're also turning away. You know, we're going to be closing the border, really closing it. By the way, did you see? So Kamala was for defunding the police. She was for open borders. She was for everything that you're not against. I could go through 14 different. She's changed on every single one of them. In fact, I think we should see the man in the red hat and the beautiful woman in the red hat says, "Make America Great Again." Perhaps we should give Kamala a "Make America Great Again" hat, right? But the problem is, that's not her belief. Her belief is open borders. Her belief is getting rid of Social Security. Her belief is doing all of these plans like for health insurance, where you have one big government-run mess. And if you have private plans, a lot of the people in this room have private plans. They're incredible plans. They worked hard to get those plans, and that's what they want. But with her, she wants to have, it's really a communist type of government. And I just saw her, Tulsi, she was sitting behind a desk doing this interview, and I said, "Dana Bash, you could make yourself big tonight. All you have to do is be fair." I haven't seen the questions, but they gave out a sample. In fact, she's going to be on later on tonight with a taped. It was a taped. We're doing it live. Why are we doing it live and she's doing it taped? But
that's right. He's real.
But she was sitting behind that desk, this massive desk, and she didn't look like a leader to me, I'll be honest. I don't see her negotiating with President Xi of China. I don't see her with Kim Jong-un like we did with Kim Jong-un. So we're going to have to see what happens. I'll tell you what, November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of this country. Go big.
Mr. President, there are a lot of people who want to feel hopeful about our future. I want to introduce you to Luke, who is one of those people.
Hi.
Hello, Mr. President.
Good-looking guy.
Thank you. My name is Luke Pulaski, and I'm a junior here at the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. I'll be voting for the first time in November, and I'm researching each candidate. I have two questions for you. First, as I've been living on my own and buying my own gas and groceries, I have noticed that everything has become more expensive. For me personally, I try to eat healthy and stay lean. A pound of meat has gone from $4 to almost $7. I also would like to buy a home someday, but that seems just impossible now. What's your plan to make life more affordable and bring down inflation for someone like me?
Very good. Thank you. Good. It's probably the question I get most. You know, they say you're going to vote with your stomach. I don't know if you've heard it, but it's a little bit true. And groceries, food has gone up at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We've never seen anything like it, 50, 60, 70%. You take a look at bacon and some of these products, and some people don't eat bacon anymore. And we are going to get the energy prices down. When we get energy down, you know, this was caused by their horrible energy wind. They want wind all over the place. But when it doesn't blow, we have a little problem. This was caused by energy. This was really caused by energy and also their unbelievable spending. They're spending us out of wealth, actually. They're taking our wealth away. But it was caused by energy. And what they've done is they started cutting way back. We were in third place. When I left, we were by far in first place, beating Russia, beating Saudi Arabia. And we were going to dominate to a level that we've never seen before. And then we had a bad election. I'll be very nice. I'm supposed to be nice when I talk about the election, because everybody's afraid to talk about, oh, please, sir, don't talk about the election, please. You know, if you can't talk about a bad election, you really don't have a democracy if you think about it, right? But what they did, Tulsi, is they took back the oil production. The oil started going crazy. That started the inflation. Then they went back. They said, go back to where Trump was. The problem is that we would have been 3 times that level right now. We would have been so dominant over Russia and Saudi Arabia. Look, Saudi Arabia, Russia, a lot of oil. We would have had more. You know, we had something in Alaska, ANWR, that I created. I mean, Ronald Reagan wanted it. You remember? Ronald Reagan wanted it. They all wanted it. And I got it approved. Nobody was able to get it approved. I got it approved. And the first week in office, they turned it back. They said, no, it's the biggest site possibly in the world. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. Well, we're going to start that up. We're going to become the energy capital of the world. We're going to pay down our debt, and we're going to reduce your taxes still further. And your groceries are going to come tumbling down, and your interest rates are going to be tumbling down. And then you're going to go out, you're going to buy a beautiful house, okay? You're going to buy a beautiful house. That's called the American dream. The American dream. Thank you.
Mr. President, I want to ask you a question about national security, but first I think it's important to point out what Luke is talking about, the cost of groceries, the cost of gas, the cost of housing, mortgages, rent, everything has gone up. Kamala Harris's plan that she has announced is government price controls. And I think it's important to touch on, you just laid out your plan. What's going to happen if Kamala Harris institutes price controls?
So that's a communist plan. It's never worked. And it's been tried by others. Believe it or not, Richard Nixon tried it. A lot of people tried it. It's been tried many times, and it always leads to the same failure. Tremendous inflation, lack of product. You don't have anything. The stores are not stocked. It has never worked. It's called control. They want control. And, you know, it's been so often. And everybody that comes in, they say it. It sort of sounds great. We're going to go price control. Actually, when she announced it, she got absolutely slaughtered by even Democrats because it doesn't work. It's a known loser. So now she doesn't talk about it. Do you notice she doesn't talk about climate change anymore? She's not talking about it. You know why? Because people don't want to hear it. They want to live a good life. They want to live a life. They don't want to stop your industry with climate change. They used to call it different things, global warming. Remember? That wasn't working because it was getting a little bit cooler. So they said, what are we going to do? We'll call it global cooling. No. So they came up with the words climate change because that takes care of everything. Climate change. The climate's changing, but according to them, we're all going to be gone in about, what do we have, 3 years left? They had 12 years, remember? So in about 3 years, let me tell you, we do have a problem, though. It's climate change, but a different kind of climate change. It's called nuclear global warming. We can say that's global warming. And if we don't have a smart president, you know, you have 5 nations now with pretty massive nuclear power. Some have very massive, including us and Russia. China's behind, way behind, but within 4 or 5 years they'll catch up, and we don't want them to catch up. Look, the biggest problem, in my opinion, the biggest problem our country has, the biggest problem the world has, is nuclear weapons. They are a destructive force, the likes of which nobody has ever seen before, and we have to make sure they're never used. We have to make sure it's not going to happen.
You're exactly right. You brought up Ronald Reagan already. Ronald Reagan famously said, "A nuclear war can never be won and should never be fought." And I think it's interesting you talked about climate change, Mr. President. The Democrats and Kamala Harris, they were quick to talk about how climate change is an existential threat. But what they're not talking about is the existential threat of nuclear war and World War III, which is exactly where we sit today because of the warmongers and their puppets, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And they don't want to talk about it because the consequence of where they have taken all of us as the American people and the world is economic hardship around the world, a destruction of our economic well-being, and an annihilation of humanity, our families, our kids, our communities around the world. There was a recent poll that YouGov did that pointed out over 60% of Americans feel that World War III and nuclear war is going to happen within 5 to 10 years. And when I heard that, I felt so sad because they're at a point where they feel like this outcome, the annihilation of the world, is inevitable. So I wanted to ask you about this because it's important that people understand what kind of leadership you bring, what you will do to stop this slide towards nuclear war and World War III so that we can feel hopeful again.
Well, thank you. So, Viktor Orban, a very strong leader from Hungary, Prime Minister of Hungary, they asked him recently about what's the problem in the world. A few years ago, during my term, we didn't have Israel being attacked. We didn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. And they asked him, why is it so bad now? The Middle East is on fire. So many places are on fire, and there are plenty places that could very well and very quickly catch on. What's the problem? He said, you have to bring Trump back as president of the United States. You will have no problem. He single-handedly kept things, and it's true. And I could do it with telephone calls by being smart. But literally, he said, you have to bring Trump back. Now, he used a term I wouldn't use. He said everybody was afraid of Trump. You know who was afraid of Trump? They said China was afraid of Trump. Russia was afraid of Trump. They were all, and I don't want to say that. I will say this. They respected me and they respected our nation. They don't respect our nation anymore. They don't respect our nation anymore. Think of it. What would the world be like if Russia didn't do what they did, and they would have never done it? I used to speak to Putin about it. I had a very good relationship. No chance. You know what happened, I think, Afghanistan, when he saw the horrible leadership that we displayed in Afghanistan, I think he said, wow, this is a time to go in, because I wasn't there. He would have never done it if I was president, and Israel would have never been attacked. Think of it. What would this world be like? You wouldn't have had that disaster. And it wasn't leaving Afghanistan. And they should have kept Bagram. That's a big air base. It's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. They didn't keep it. You know who occupies it now, Tulsi? China occupies it. So we have, if you have the right president, and we don't right now, do we even have a president? He just came in. Think of it. He just came in from wherever the hell he went. You know, there was a coup. He just doesn't know it yet. But there was a coup. How about that? He got 14. I'm not a fan of his. He was the worst president. But,
You're not?
But think of this. He got 14 million votes. She was the first one to leave, you know. Kamala was the first one to quit. She never made it to the first state in the primaries, which was Iowa. Never even came close. Other people did, but she never even came close. And all of a sudden, she was picked. And she's now running for president. And look, it just started, really. It just really started. The polls have us up here. We're up in states, but it's close. It's close. It's close, and you know they cheat like hell, so we don't want to have it too close. But we have because we have to win this. We're not going to have a country. But with him, I was so far up. We had a thing called. How did he do in the debate? Did you think he did well? Not too good. No, they wanted to have a debate. I said, okay, it's a little bit early, isn't it? I was trying to talk them out. I said, well, it's a little early for a debate, right? And they said, well, I think we'd like to do it. And that was not a good debate for them. That was not a good debate. So that was the beginning of the end for him. And they started looking. But they picked a woman that had absolutely no votes. She got no votes. And now she's running. So when you say threat to democracy, they are a threat to democracy. I'm not a threat to democracy. I'm not a threat. Thank you.
Mr. President, crime and the rise of crime is on the minds of a lot of people. I want to call on Danielle here, who has a question for you.
Hi, Danielle. Well, you need, and you get a lot of those questions from Minnesota. But you get a lot of those questions because Minnesota, I mean, they picked this guy. He is weird. Right? He's weird. I'm not weird. He's weird. No, he's a weird guy. He's a weird dude. You know, see, they come up with sound bites. They always have sound bites. And one of the things is that JD and I are weird. That guy is so straight. JD is he's doing a great job, smart, top student, great guy. And he's not weird, and I'm not weird. I mean, we're a lot of things. We're not weird, I will tell you. But that guy is weird, don't you think? You know, he signed for, and this is, who would think that this is even happening in our country with men playing in women's sports and all of this? But he has it at a level that nobody can believe. A bill that every boy's bathroom will have tampons. Okay. Hence his name, Tampon Tim. But think of it. Think of it. And you know, on the question of abortion, he is the one. Abortion in the 9th month. And if the baby in Minnesota, and I'd love to win Minnesota because those people aren't digging this guy. They're not digging this guy. But think of this. 6 states, Minnesota's one of them. If the baby is born, you're allowed to execute the baby think of that, after birth in Minnesota, you're allowed to execute. And you remember the former governor, not the current governor, who's terrific, Glenn Youngkin. We're going to win maybe Virginia. We could do that. But the former governor, and he said, you sit the mother down and the father down. You sit them down and you talk. And the baby is born and you make a decision what to do. He meant, do you execute the baby after birth? And according to what they have passed and legislation, in Minnesota, they're allowed to execute the baby after birth. And this guy is a participant. And that's why she picked him, because she is, in fact, a Marxist/communist. Remember, I'd say all the time, our country will never be socialist, right? We will not have a socialist. Well, I was right. We skipped socialism. We went to communism. This woman has to be stopped.
Mr. President, we have time for one final question. I don't know if we can get a mic to Bernardo. He's got an important question, given very soon we will be honoring the anniversary of September 11th and all of the lives that were lost on that tragic day and that tragic attack where we were attacked by radical Islamist terrorists. And Bernardo wanted to share his thoughts and had a question for you on this.
Thank you. Mr. President, my name is Bernardo. I'm a voter here in Wisconsin, live in the wonderful La Crosse County here. And I'm also a father of 8. I have 7 here with me. And it's the anniversary of 9/11 is coming up. I'm concerned that we're more vulnerable now than ever. And we have a Democrat nominee who doesn't even want to say the words, says we shouldn't say the words, radical Islamic terror. How are we going to protect America from a terrorist attack?
First of all, it's a great question. And, you know, we have radical Islamists pouring into our country along with everybody else right now. They're coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We kept them out. We had 1 year where Border Patrol put down, it was, I believe, 2019, where they, and I don't believe this, I don't believe it's right, but I'll take it. They said 0 came in 20, that was my term, 0. Now we have thousands. I'd like to say that was true. It's probably not, because I can't imagine that. But we were very tough on that. Now they have thousands and thousands coming in, along with the prisoners and along with the crime. And remember, a lot of these countries like Venezuela, their crime is way down because they've moved their criminals into our country. It's not even believable. But your question on Islamists and all of the jihad and all of the things that they talk about, they have to respect your country. They have to respect your leader. You know, I had no radical Islam crime for 4 years, and I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to, I talked about it after, but I didn't want to talk about it during. I don't want to say like, I had absolutely, and the next day you get hit. But we had none, 4 years of it, because they respected your president, they respected your country, and they have to, we have to bring back that level of respect, and we're going to do it, we're going to do it. And we're not letting the wrong people into our country. Okay, thank you very much. Great question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know you have run out of time here, but thank you for having this conversation with the people of Wisconsin and people across the country who are watching and concerned about these very same issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you
everyone,
much.
for being here.
Thank you, everybody. Vote. Vote. Thank you, everybody, very much. Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to be back with the hardworking patriots of the great state of Michigan. Nice state. And I also want to thank All-Ro Steel CEO Randy Glick. Just met Randy, and he's fantastic. The job the family's done, he's done. It's beautiful. And all of the talented workers here at All-Ro Steel, I hope you're all happy. Are you happy with the company? I think, yes. Huh? I think. Great company. And congratulations on 76 years of manufacturing in Michigan. And you had your best years 4 years ago, but you're going to have even better years coming up, I can tell you that. You're going to have even better. I'm here today with a simple message for the American auto worker and for the American worker. Your long economic nightmare will very soon be over. It's going to be over. We're going to turn it around. With your vote, we will defeat Comrade Kamala Harris, and we will bring back the American dream, bigger, better, stronger, and just better, bigger, better. We love the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream. When was the last time you heard about the American dream? They don't talk about it, although they copy everything else I do, so I guess that'll be next. They'll be copying. They'll be saying, oh, the American dream. She doesn't know what the American dream is. Over the past 4 years, Kamala and crooked Joe Biden have presided over an economic reign of terror, committing one financial atrocity after another. As vice president, Kamala cast the deciding votes that caused the worst inflation in American history. You're all victims of it. We all are. Everybody is a victim of it. It's a nation buster, costing the typical family $28,000. Under her policies, household wealth has plummeted by $33,000 per family. The cost of the typical monthly mortgage has really tripled, and you can't get the money. So, you know, you will go from 2% to 10%, but you can't get the money at 10%. I guess they want more than that, but you just can't get the money. Credit card debt has ballooned by 40%, and they have the highest numbers in history right now. As of about 3 days ago, the highest number in history. Now Kamala says she wants to talk about the future, but she's been there for 3.5 years. She only wants to talk about the future because the past has been so, the job they've done. Let me tell you, he's the worst president in the history of our country, and she's the worst vice president, and she's the worst border czar in the history of the world. And she's the one who gave us every single disaster that our country is facing right now. Look at Afghanistan. She said, I was the last person in the room. What a horrible, horrible event that was. Kamala's made middle-class life unaffordable and unlivable, and I'm going to make America affordable again. In addition to making it great again, we're going to make it affordable again, and that's going to be starting on day one. Isn't it amazing? They go 3 years, and now they say, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. The only good thing that she's flip-flopping, she's the greatest flip-flopper, things that she never even thought of. She probably goes back to her room and gets sick to her stomach when she says what she has to say, because she's a Marxist, she's a fascist, and she never believed. I mean, now she's saying, oh, we want to build a strong border. Where has she been for 3.5 years as we took in 20 million people, many of them horrible criminals? My vision is for a middle class that is once again the envy of the entire world. It's going to happen. It's going to happen fast. Thank you. Workers like you and communities like this should be able to afford a nice house, a new car, and a growing family on a single income, all while enjoying the highest standard of living on earth, right? Thank you. Americans deserve safe streets, secure borders, great schools, healthy children, bustling factories, and a nation that is confident and a nation that is strong. That's the future that I intend to deliver, and I will deliver. And you had the best economy in the history of our country just a short while ago, and now you have what they call inflation, what that has done to this country. And frankly, they've done also worse, and you're going to end up in World War III with these people. I'll tell you what, we've never been so close to World War III. And, you know, with the power of weapons, I always say this isn't two army tanks running back and forth shooting at each other. The power of weapons today, very dangerous, very bad. We have people, do we have a president? He just got back from California. He was supposed to go to the White House. He never got there. He went to Delaware, and he's laying on a beach sleeping all day long. No, seriously, who the hell wants to sleep? And who wants to sleep in public? He's sleeping. Do you think President Xi of China is at a beach sleeping? Do you think Kim Jong-un is sleeping from North Korea with his nuclear weapons all over the place? They don't sleep so much. And we have a guy sleeping. And she's incompetent. She can't do an interview? It's been months. She can't. I just did an interview backstage. She was a very terrible person, but she was okay, actually. NBC fake news. It was NBC fake news. She asked me about all sorts of things. She asked me about abortion, and I handled it very nicely because you know what? That's so overplayed. We have abortion. We have the whole thing brought back into the states where it belongs. That's where everybody wanted it for years and years and years, and they're voting on it. And I happen to believe in the exceptions Ronald Reagan did for life of the mother, rape, incest. The exceptions, probably 90% of the people do. But you know, I was just telling this reporter, the real problem and the real radicals on that issue are the Democrats, where you can have an abortion in the 9th month. And in 6 states, you're allowed to kill the baby after the baby is born. And you know, one of those states is Minnesota, where this tampon Tim comes from. Kill the baby after the baby's born. So that's no longer abortion. That's called execution, right? You're allowed to execute the baby after the baby. They're the radical. Kamala is promising communist-style price controls, free taxpayer-funded health care. Not that you're going to want. Nobody in this room is going to want it. For all illegal aliens, mass amnesty and citizenship for the millions and millions of migrants she lets in. She wants to give citizenship to people that have come here illegally. They didn't come through the system. You know, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally, right? They have to come in legally. We're taking people that are murderers and drug dealers, and she wants to give them amnesty. I tell you, I don't get it. But all of this will destroy Medicare and will destroy your Social Security. She called for the abolition of ICE. You know, ICE, these are great patriots. These are tough people. I'm looking at some of these people right in the front row. They're tough as hell, but you don't want to be an ICE. You don't want to walk into MS-13 gangs and start slugging it out. These guys are seriously tough, and they love our country. You know, somebody's got to do it. I took them out by the thousands. Now they don't want to take them out anymore. They want to let ICE, the worst gang probably in the world, the meanest, the nastiest. They slice up people with knives. They'd rather use a knife than a gun because it's more painful. They killed 2 young students walking to school, 2 beautiful young 16-year-old girls walking to school. They sliced them up in Long Island. And they want to let these people stay, and we're not going to let them stay. We want to get them the hell out of our country. Kamala sponsored a bill to blow up the entire U.S. healthcare system and force every American into a socialist government-run program with rationing and deadly wait times. You go there and they say, that's good, we're going to be all set for you. Come back in 3 months. She endorsed a 70 to 80% tax rate increase. Look at this. She thinks the rate could be as much as 80%. She says, I'll think about that. Well, I won't think about it. Okay, I won't think about anywhere near it. In fact, we're going for a tax cut. You know, we gave you the biggest tax cut in history, and that gave us tremendous numbers of jobs. And we actually took in more income the following year after the cut because our country was booming like it had never boomed before. She supports abolishing cash bail so that when you murder somebody, oh, don't worry about it. You're free to go. No cash, no nothing. And then they go murder somebody else, and in some cases, much more than one person. And she endorsed the Marxist crusade to defund the police. Do you know that she was the leader of the defund the police? Does anybody in Michigan, I said, why don't I just walk up? I don't have to waste a lot of time. You're all fans, right? Is anybody here not going to vote for Trump? I'm just kidding. Raise your hand if you have the courage to do that. I think pretty good. No, but, I said, why do I have to make a speech? All I have to do is say, she was the leader of the defund the police movement. And then I say, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and leave. Because when you hear that, no, she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist. He's a Marxist professor. It's very nice. This election is not a choice between Democrats and Republicans. It's a choice between communism and freedom. That's what it's about. And nobody really knows her. They were doing something, the man on the street, they said, you know Harris? Everyone's saying, who the hell is Harris? Nobody knows who Harris is. What's the vice president's name? They have no idea what the name is. Now, the name Kamala it's a little complex because about 19 different ways of pronouncing it, right? But Kamala is, at least it's a name you sort of remember. You can't use Harris because nobody knows who the hell Harris is. Who's Harris? We want somebody they know, and, one of the reasons they don't know, she did a lousy job. She was considered the worst vice president in history. I don't know who does this stuff, but she was considered the worst. Kamala will turn America into a third world country. Will happen. It's already getting there. I hate to tell you. When you look at our borders, when you look at our elections, our rigged elections, when you look at all the crap that's going on, we're turning into a third. When you look at how they go weaponize against me, they're doing absolutely nothing wrong. I got indicted, I think, 9 different times. 9 times. I never even knew what an indictment was for my whole life. All of a sudden, the last year, I think I had 9 indictments, far more than Alphonse Capone, who was quite well known in Chicago and the environs. He liked killing people. But he had nothing like me. 9 times, and every time they see me going up in the polls, and we're leading in the polls, and I think we're leading by a lot. The polls are rigged too. The polls are rigged too. They say Donald Trump is tied. We were up massively by Biden. How would you like to be me? I spent $100 million on beating Biden. We had a debate, and everybody said, this guy's shot. They never give me credit. They say he was shot. Maybe I did a good job. Somebody said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever said. And then you know what? That I've ever seen. Said, It was a CNN person. Said, this is the single greatest debate performance I've ever seen. 2 days later, they forgot about that. They said he was terrible, but that's all right. Whatever it takes. But, I spent $100 million on fighting him. We weren't fighting anyone else. We weren't fighting a vice president. We didn't even know who the hell she was. And then all of a sudden they say, Joe, you're losing badly. You got to get out. He was losing by a lot. But they went up to him. They said, get out. That's like you're in a fight, and you have a fighter, and he's doing great. And they say, listen, we're going to take the opponent out. We're going to throw another guy in to finish it off. That's what they did, really. It's never been done before. And, she was last online. And she came in last. I think there were like 22 people. She was the first one to get out. And she got out. She had no votes. She had no votes. She was supposed to go to Iowa. She quit before Iowa. That was the first state. She never made it to Iowa. And now she's running. And what about those other 20 or so people? They did much better than her. And they're saying they're sitting home watching television. But, they're having a big discussion now because they don't understand why she refuses to sit down for just an interview. And they've got a lot of friendly. It's much easier being a Democrat because you see all the fake news back there. If you're a Democrat, they say he just gave the greatest speech that we've ever heard. Not since FDR has there been a speech. I saw this with Biden. He made a State of the Union address. It was so bad. Oh, it was so bad. I saw her make a speech. It was so bad. And after they get off, this was one of the greatest performances we've ever seen in our country. With me, I make a speech. I speak for 2 hours. Everybody loves it. I got thousands of people, by the way, outside trying to get in. They never said Trump's a great speaker. I don't even want that. But I must be a great speaker, right? I must. We got thousands of people. No, we got thousands and thousands. Boy, if I were a Democrat, they'd say, he's the greatest that ever lived. He made Abraham Lincoln look like nothing. But no, I don't care about that. I care about winning for our country. I care about making America great again, and that's what we're going to do. So we're pleased to be joined today by some really great winners, champions, patriots, and one of them is Lisa McClain, Congresswoman. Where's Lisa? Hi, Lisa. You are doing amazing. I'll tell you, don't be fooled by her. She's a very nice person, but she's brutal when it comes to your state, when it comes to jobs. Right, Lisa? And she's proud of it, too. Yep, she is. Thank you. Great job. And another man that I picked out of a large group, I said, this guy's got what it takes. He's a highly respected person. He's running for the U.S. Senate, and I think he's going to win. I just saw a poll where he's leading by a little bit. It's not an easy race. It's not an easy race, but the other one is going to be just a disaster. She's going to vote everything that whoever it would be, except me, they won't, but hopefully we're not going to need it. But she's a disaster. Mike Rogers is one of the most respected people in Washington, and he will be, I believe, your next senator. Great guy. He is actually one of the most respected people in Washington, and he came out of a large group of Republicans that all wanted the same job, and he really did. He ran a great race, won easily. He had my endorsement, that helped, but he did. He won easily, and he's got great gravitas. Your next congressman, and you're going to have a great congressman who I think is going to win, Tom Barrett. Tom. Thank you, Tom. Great job. I heard you're doing well, Tom. Good. Running against somebody that's not good. Not good for your state, not good for our country. Michigan House Republican leader Matt Hall. Are we going to win, Matt? He gave me a good summary. He said, you're going to win, sir. They have these fake polls. They're almost as bad as the fake writers, the fake news. We interviewed 49 Democrats for a poll. We interviewed 49 Democrats and 21 Republicans. It's a little thing on the bottom. I'm surprised they even put it. They probably must be a law. But they put it 49 Democrats and 21 Republicans. And the race is tied. They said, tied? How the hell can it be tied? So tied means I'm leading by like 14 or 15 points. I don't know. But it's fake news. It's as bad It's as bad as they are with a pen. I'm telling you, it's really bad. They can make those polls sing. They can make them do whatever they want. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Eric, thank you. Great job. What a beautiful young daughter. What a beautiful young daughter. Great. Thanks, Eric. Thanks very much. We also have some people of great distinction. Justice David Viviano is here with us. David, thank you, David. Highly respected Justice. Thank you, David. Judge Patrick O'Grady. Patrick is here someplace. Where's Patrick? Another one, highly respected. So whatever you're doing, keep it going. Good. And Tudor Dixon, who really ran a good race. Where is Tudor? Well, hi, Tudor. She's a great person. Loves this state and loves the workers. I knew her father. Her father was in the steel business. Successful guy. I knew him as he was leaving our planet, right? Leaving. He was very sick and leaving, but he loved his daughter. He was so proud of you. So he's up there watching. Thank you very much, Tudor. Appreciate it. And Brian Pannebecker, who's like a friend of mine. This guy, where is he? Where's Brian? Where is he? Do you want to come up? Come on up here, Brian. This guy, he thinks the United Auto Workers have the worst leader and that they're crazy. They're going to be driven out of business. All the business is going to China. Within 2-3 years, you're not going to have auto workers in this. If they vote for Trump, we're going to bring in factories at levels that you've never seen before. We're going to get the auto workers' jobs back like it was 30 years ago and 40 years ago before everybody left. We're going to get it back at levels that you've never seen. Brian, say hello, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the last time you called me up on stage in Grand Rapids, it was the first rally that you'd held since the assassination attempt. And I was speechless. But tonight, I want to say a couple things real briefly. I represent the Auto Workers for Trump organization, which was a Facebook group. I started that group. Thank you. There's some auto workers here, I'm sure. Lansing got a lot of them. But unfortunately, a lot of them have lost their jobs. Listen, Chrysler and General Motors have already gone bankrupt once. But if we allow electric vehicle mandates to be put on this industry by the federal government, they're going out of business again. We got to fight against that. And this guy standing right here is the only person who will do it. We cannot allow the federal government to put mandates on the auto industry to build electric vehicles when the consumers do not want them. So I'm asking everybody. I'm asking auto workers, and I'm asking everybody that supplies the auto industry, get 10 or 15 of your friends, make sure they get out and vote. Our very survival depends on it, and we can't allow it to happen. So vote Trump and J.D. Vance, and we'll turn this country around. He's done it once. Unfortunately, he's going to have to go back and do it again. Thank you.
You know, as he's speaking, look at the arms of this guy.
Cut it out.
Look at that.
Cut it out.
He's really great and a real patriot, and it's true. You know, they're building, I don't know if you know, numerous of the biggest auto plants in the world right now. In Mexico. Right near the border in Mexico, owned by China. They think they're going to build the cars and send them in. And with this administration, they won't even know what's happening. They'll take every single job. You're not going to have any auto workers within 2 years, maybe 3 years. Nobody's going to be making cars here. I told them, if you do that, we're going to put tariffs on at 200, 250%. You're never going to sell one car in this country. And they didn't build them. And then as soon as I left, because of a bad situation that happened, because we did great in this state too.
Yeah, you won it.
But a bad situation that happened, corrupt, bad situation. You have to keep your eyes open this time.
Yep.
But, you know, they use COVID to cheat. Very simple. They use COVID to cheat. But I told them, I said, you do it, you're not going to sell any cars. As soon as I was gone, they started construction, and they're almost finished, and that's going to wipe you out. They're the biggest plants anywhere in the world. A friend of mine builds plants, and I think he's building these. I said, I want to see some big plants. I want to go and tour some of the big auto plants. That's all he does. Honestly, he's a great guy. Can't walk across the street. He can build a plant like nobody. He said, sir, you're going to have to come to Mexico. I said, no, I want to see one in the United States. He said, the big ones are being built in Mexico. That's no good. And we're not going to let it happen. They can build their plant. They're not going to have any cars coming into this country. If they want to build a plant, they can. They're going to build it in Michigan or at least someplace in our country. Thank you.
The UAW members realize this now, and I'm doing a rally at a different auto plant every week. I started in June. We're going to go all the way to November. And we're talking to the auto workers as they come off their shift and go into work. And 70 or 80% of them are voting for Donald Trump because they know their jobs depend on it.
Wow. That guy's, he's a dynamic guy, isn't he, huh? No, it's really, look, I didn't know Brian. He just knows that, you know, we had 4 great years. But I got an award years ago in Michigan. I got Man of the Year a long time ago. In fact, the fake news said, I never got it. I made it up. I didn't make it up. And then they found out I actually did get it. I was lucky. They found out who it was. It was like a Chamber of Commerce someplace. And I gave a whole speech. This was probably 15 years ago, 17 years ago. I gave a speech on why are you letting them steal your auto manufacturing business? And it only got worse and worse and worse. Then I stopped it. And then as soon as I was gone, they let it happen. And these plants that are being built all around the world are going to take all of your business. And I'm a big fan of electric cars, but they're limited. They don't go far. They're very expensive. And they're going to all be made in China because they have the material. But we have more liquid gold under our feet than anybody else. It's called gasoline for what we talk about. And we want to build gasoline-propelled cars, but we also want to build hybrids, and we want to build electric cars. You know, Elon Musk, I think he's great, and he endorsed me very strongly. I said, listen, you know, I'm all for electric cars, but not all of them, because they really don't go far yet, but they're incredible. The job he's done and the job that others have done are great, and it's called a market. You have to be able to buy what you want to buy. There'll be another form of car. They talk about hydrogen now. They talk about all sorts of things. But it's called a market. But we can't do that. They want to put, and like immediately, all electric cars. But we don't have enough electricity to supply ourselves right now. You go out to California, which was destroyed by Kamala. Destroyed. She destroyed the city of San Francisco. And I own a big building there. I shouldn't talk about this, but that's okay. I don't give a damn because this is what I'm doing. I should say it's the finest city in the world. Sell and get the hell out of there, right? But I can't do that. I don't care, you know. I lost billions of dollars. You know, somebody said, what do you think he lost? I said, probably 2-3 billion. That's okay. I don't care. They said, do you think you'd do it again? And that's the least of it. Nobody. They always say that, I don't know if you know, Lincoln was horribly treated. Jefferson was pretty horribly. Andrew Jackson, they say, was the worst of all, that he was treated worse than any other president. And I said, do that study again, because I think there's nobody close to Trump. I even got shot. And who the hell knows where that came from, right? No, these are bad people. They're sick people. You know, we have people on the outside, the countries, but if you have a smart president, the countries will be an asset, not a liability. That includes China. That includes Russia. If you have a smart president, but we don't have a smart president right now, by the way, you're going to end up in World War III. This period of time better happen fast because we have nobody running our country. We have nobody at the Resolute desk. There's nobody, the two of them. She's no good, and he's sleeping. In fact, I'm going to go back to the name for him, Sleepy Joe, instead of Crooked Joe. Did you see they found last week, Brian, he took $28 million. They say he stole his family, took $28 million, and nothing happened. That was the night he made his brilliant speech, which was all about Trump. You know, everything they do, they talk about Trump. They talk about Trump, I think, 347 times. They talked about the border once. They talked about crime twice. They talked about all of the things that you should be talking about, not at all. But they talk about Trump. And look, we did something that they're very angry about. We beat somebody that should have been beaten in an election that we weren't anticipated to win. But I thought we were going to win because I came to Michigan the night before. We had 49,000 people. She came to Michigan the night before because she was told she may lose it. and this was an upset, so they had a fast tour. She had like 300 people. I said, why would we lose? We had the crowd. You wouldn't have believed it. Half of you were probably there. But we're also joined by a very incredible service member. I presented him with a thing called the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he is a fantastic man, and he's a good-looking guy. I don't know. He looks better than he did when I presented. Something's good. He's doing good. Specialist 5, James McLuhan. Where's James? James? Thank you, James. You look good. Good head of hair. Look at him. Got that good Irish, Scottish, whatever hair. Look at that guy. Stand up. Just stand up. Come here. I'm proud of him. I wouldn't have done what he did. I know what he did. What he did. I always say there are two awards, is the Medal of Honor, and oftentimes is posthumously where, you know, they're not there. Oftentimes they've died in battle and they're getting the award. And then you have the civilian version, the Presidential Medal. And I always say I'd rather get the Presidential Medal because the guys that came in, other than you and a few others, oftentimes they've suffered greatly, right? They've suffered greatly, or they're not around. But it's our highest award, and it's an honor to have you here, and I'm very proud that I was able to give you the award. Thanks, James. In 4 short years under my leadership, we passed record tax cuts, record regulation cuts, and built the greatest economy in the history of the world. I ended NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. You people had to suffer with it for years. And replaced it with the USMCA, that's Mexico and Canada, which they say is the best trade deal ever made. Actually, the best deal I made probably was with China, but I don't talk about it because once COVID came in, that was the end of China. Once they did that to the world, not to us, to the whole world, $59 trillion of damages and millions of people. And it should have, and it came out of Wuhan, the lab. It came out of the labs. And that's where I said it came from. And it was incompetence. It was a mistake. I believe it was a mistake. A lot of people don't think so. A lot of people think they did it because I was getting hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs from China. You know, no president had ever gotten anything from China. I got hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and saved a lot of jobs by doing that because they ended up not being able to do what they were doing. And I saved the steel industry also, as you know. Those are the guys that like me the most. But now I see U.S. Steel, the great U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel is being sold to Japan. I don't like that. Can you imagine U.S. Steel? That was the greatest company in the world 70 years ago, 60-something years ago. U.S. Steel is going to be sold to Japan. I wouldn't let it happen. I just wouldn't let it happen. Such a big benchmark. That shouldn't be going to Japan. They should rebuild it. They should do whatever they have to do, would work with them, would make it great again, just like we're going to make our country great again. Under Kamala, we are rapidly approaching economic and social catastrophe. Most Americans are unaware that Harris and Biden have been shutting down entire swaths of our energy and electricity infrastructure without replacing it or even talking about it, leading to soaring electrical prices and energy prices, and also an energy shortfall like we've never had before. They're closing down things that shouldn't be closed down. This week, Harris officially banned drilling on 28 million acres of public lands. So what they did is when they came in, what caused inflation, other than their spending, which was a big factor, but it's energy, because they came in and they wanted to terminate everything I was doing, and the prices were going through the roof for gasoline and everything. So they said, put it back, put it back. So it all came back, or most of it came back. Maybe not to the same, but pretty close. They said, go back, you know, after the election. If they ever won, it's all gone. But what they don't say is they'll say, oh, but we have the similar to Trump. And that's sort of true, but what they don't have is they don't have ANWR. They gave up ANWR, the biggest site anywhere in the world in Alaska that I got done. Ronald Reagan couldn't get it done. But really, most importantly, what they don't have is we were going to be 4 to 5 times bigger by now. So when they say they had it back, they only had it back to where I was. we were going to have so much energy coming out of the ground, so much liquid gold. We were going to pay off debt. We were going to reduce your taxes further. I mean, we have more liquid gold than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia, and we were going to use it. And you know where we're getting a lot of our energy now? Venezuela, which isn't even. I mean, it's tar. You know that it's tar. And you know where it's refined? There's only one plant in the entire world that can do it. It happens to be in Houston, Texas. So for those of you that don't like particles going into the air, take a look at that mess. And we have clean, beautiful stuff. We have the best. We have the best and we have the most, and we don't use it. We go to electric or we go to something else. You almost say, do they hate our country? Because it's so incompetent. Do they hate our country? The first thing I will do to make middle-class life dramatically more affordable is to end Kamala's war on American energy, terminate her Green New Scam, and drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. Since Harris took office, more than 50 power plants have been shut down. Many of these were great plants, but they didn't like the way they were fueled up. You know, many of them are needed to create electricity. It's like, it starts from somewhere. It doesn't start from electricity. And by the way, just a little side note. So AI is a big deal. For us to compete successfully with China and others on AI, we're going to need twice the electricity that we currently produce. Can you believe that? We're not going to be even close. The only guy that can do that is a guy like me. I opened up 2 plants in Louisiana that went through 14 years, LNG plants. They went through 14 years of approvals and were turned down. I got it done in one day. One day, we got it opened. Those owners, whoever they were actually people going to spend $16 billion. These are the biggest, but it's like the Empire State Building on its side times 3. The longest, biggest buildings you've ever seen. All they had is pipes inside. I said, what the hell kind of a building is this? But you know what? Billions of dollars. And they got turned down. I got it approved. And in one of them, one day, the owner or the head of the company couldn't believe it. He said, I got a call. I guarantee you a consultant somewhere that represented him. So I did a great job. I didn't speak to consultants. I just got it done. And now they're up and they're roaring and they're just fantastic. Under Kamala's radical power plant rule, issued by the EPA, all coal-fired power plants will be forced to close in the next few years. What are you going to do? Gutting more than 1/6 of the power, and really, we're going to go to a very weak form of producing power. We don't have energy that can power up those big, massive plants that we need, including the ones right here in Michigan. You don't have the energy. Wind is wonderful. If you like high cost, if you like having to replace the windmills every 9 years, they wear out. And they're very intermittent, and they do kill a hell of a lot of birds. If you want to see a lot of dead birds, go to a windmill and just look underneath. You'll see birds all over the place. This same rule has frozen virtually all new investment in large natural gas projects, setting us up for a horrible shortage of at least 30% of our electrical grid capacity in the future. So we're going to have much less in the future. We're closing down all our plants, just like trucks. They want you to make electric trucks. And the truckers come to see me. Sir, they don't work. One man had 29,000. He said, I started with nothing. I have 29,000 trucks. He said, I'd buy trucks, and every year they got better, they got more efficient, they got stronger, they got more beautiful. I started building apartments in the back of the cabs, right? You know what that is? He said, sir, you're rich, but you would have loved some of these apartments. I said, no, thanks, but that's okay. No, it's beautiful. This stuff is fantastic. We had 4 or 5 companies. I said, which one did the best? He said, they all do good, sir. But now they want us to go to electric trucks, and I'll have to stop 6 times on the way to California from New York, 6 times. And, sir, they weigh 2.5 times more than a gasoline or than a diesel-powered truck. I said, so what does that mean? He said, that means you're going to have to rebuild every bridge and every major roadway in the country just because of the weight. And they're very inefficient, and the battery is much bigger than the tank. And he was telling me the battery would take up at least half of the area right now that they use for hauling. I said, so when you tell people like that you'd have to rebuild every bridge in America, that you'd have to rebuild the roads, that the tank, that you have to stop 6 times from New York to California. He said, with a load of diesel, a good truck can go all the way and even start their way back. That's how good it is. And he said this, it was amazing because he said it right from the heart. He said, if they make us do this, I'll be out of business. We'll all be out of business. Your supply chain will be a disaster. But if they made us do this, every year that I bought a truck, it was better. They got better, better, better. We will have gone back 70 or 80 years. We'll have trucks that don't go far. We'll have trucks that don't work well. We'll have trucks that can carry a very small payload because of the size of the batteries and the weight. So I said, well, when you tell these officials this, what do they say? They say, we don't care. You're going all electric. So if you had a child, let's see, do we have any children? If you had a child, a beautiful boy in the green shirt, if you had just a little child saying, and he's not so little, he's a big boy, he's going to be a big one. But if you said to a child, it doesn't go far, it weighs too much, the payload's no good, and lots of other problems, and they're much more expensive, he would say, let's stay with diesels, right? These guys say, we don't care. Then they want to make our army tanks, all electric. And the problem is they don't go far. They're the wrong torque. And you know where they want the battery? Because the battery is massive. They want you to, like you pull a wagon, a child pulls a wagon. They want to build a wagon at the back so it pulls the battery along. So they want to be environmentally friendly as we blast our way into a country that we hate, right? We want to take on these countries and be environmentally friendly. These people are deranged. They're deranged people. I will be the American energy president. I'll be a president for a lot. I'm going to be the automobile manufacturing president, too. You watch. And it won't even be hard. I can do it with a pen. I can do it with a pen. Come in and build your plants in the United States, preferably here. But come in and build your plants in the United States of America. And if you don't, you're not allowed to sell cars here. And we're going to tax you at 150 or 200%. I did that with steel. And people are going to flow in. And the head of your union, who's absolutely terrible, I mean, give him an IQ test. I mean, this guy doesn't know what is happening. He's horrible. Sean Fain. He's horrible. What a terrible job. He sold out the union. And they automatically endorse, they automatically endorse Democrats for many, many years. But if you look at your car industry now and 25 years ago, it's like a different world. You've just, what you've lost is so bad. We can get it all back. We can get so much of it back because you're still the big market. And that's why we have to do it fast, because we have to remain the big market. The way we're going with this country, we're going to lose that. We're going to lose our currency values. We're going to lose the dollar standard. If we lose the dollar standard, that's like losing a war. If we don't have the dollar standard, we are a third world country. My goal will be to cut your energy costs in half within 12 months after taking office, and we can do that. If you have the oil supply, which we have more, our young people and our military, those incredible parents and sisters and brothers, they asked me to go yesterday to Arlington, and I did. And while I was there, I was there for a long time. It was very tough to get to because I was not in a good position to get there. It was very far away, but I did. I made it I got there right on time, and I spent a lot of time there. And while I was there, those families that asked me to be there, as they said, 3 families plus 1 soldier who was horrifically injured, both legs and an arm. And they asked me if I would be there, so I went. And while we were there, they said, could you take pictures over the grave of my son, my sister, my brother? Would you take pictures with us, sir? I said, absolutely, I did. And then I said farewell. I said goodbye. And last night I read that I was using the site to politic, that I used it to politic. This all comes out of Washington, just like all of these prosecutors come out of Washington. They all come out. They send their prosecutors into the DA's office. They send them into the Attorney General's office. These are bad people we're dealing with. So I go there. They ask me to have a picture, and they say I was campaigning. I don't need – the one thing I get is plenty of publicity. I don't need that. I don't need the publicity. But these are great people, and when you think about it, Joe Biden killed their children by incompetence. Should have never happened. Kamala killed their children, just as though they had a gun in their hand. by gross incompetence, and not one general or incompetent bureaucrat was fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And then they accused me of having a picture taken at the tombstone with a family because they loved the president. They love me and I love them. I got to know them. Ask the cops in the street trying to protect you from murderers and rapists and thugs if Kamala Harris cares about law-abiding citizens. Remember to fund the police. Ask the families of women raped and murdered by illegal aliens and the teenagers cut to shreds by gangs from El Salvador and Venezuela if Kamala Harris cares about you. She destroyed San Francisco. Harris has opposed school choice for poor inner-city kids. She has opposed police in schools to protect our children. She has defended stocking school library shelves with filthy graphic books, horrible books. She refused to prosecute pedophiles who molested children when she was DA and AG in California. Does this sound like someone who cares about your children? Kamala Harris has failed you. She has failed totally as Vice President of the United States. She's been a total failure. Nobody even knows who she is. She's broken trust with you. She's done nothing for the middle class, nothing for working families, and she's done absolutely nothing for hardworking people. Your eyes don't lie. You see it. You know it. We all see it. She's the sitting Vice President of the United States, and yet nobody knows who the hell she is. She does not give a damn about you. This is the real Kamala Harris, and now she wants to get a promotion. Did the worst job. All she had to do is take care of the border. That would be okay. Just take care of the border. She couldn't even do that. She never even went there. She went to a location that you'd like to go to have dinner with your family. She never even went to the border effectively. Think of it. Never spoke to anybody. All of those great border agents, did you ever speak to her? No, nobody ever spoke to her. Well, I'm here to not give her a promotion. I'm here to give her a demotion. Because she can hide, she can lie through her surrogates and the corrupt media, and they are very corrupt, remember that? But the truth is coming out, and it will come out. The American people are smart. They are not to be manipulated by Hollywood, the fake news media, and advertising. And as you deserve, a president who respects you, talks to you, and who levels with you, puts it right on the level, and who always has your best interests and has your back. I have your back, I have your heart, and I have every other part of your body. All of us today are part of the greatest political movement in the history of our country. This is the greatest movement in the history of our country. We did something that we really broke them up. This was getting bad. We broke them up. They're not happy about it. They're nasty. But this is the greatest MAGA, Make America Great Again, the greatest movement in the history of our country. You know, outside, they won't ever report this. They never report it. Outside, you have thousands and thousands of people that couldn't get in. They don't get seats like you guys. They didn't get the seats that you got, believe me. But you have thousands and thousands of people outside, as far as the eye could see, as we're driving up. With your vote, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, and low inflation so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. We will stop immediately the horrific invasion, end migrant crime, support our police, build a missile defense shield all around our country like other countries have. We make them here. It'll all be made right here, and it'll be made also in Michigan, a lot of it. But we're going to have... And Ronald Reagan wanted that many years ago, but the truth is, at that point, we didn't have the technology. Now we have great technology. You see that other countries have it. We don't have it. We're going to have the best of all. We're going to have a missile defense system going to be built in the United States, installed all over and around our country. We're going to restore peace through strength, which is what I did. We had no wars when Donald Trump was president. Now we have nothing but wars. Prime Minister Viktor Orban of Hungary, he said the reason that the world is a mess because Trump is no longer president. When Trump was president, they were afraid of Trump. I don't want to use that term, but he did. He said they were afraid. China was afraid. Putin was afraid. I stopped Putin's pipeline in Europe. I'm sorry, Vladimir. I can't let you do it. I stopped it. It was stopped cold. And then when Biden got in, the first day he approved it. Then they said Trump was weak on Russia. Putin said, if you're weak on us, I'd hate like hell to see if you're strong on us. But the war would have never happened. Would have never, ever happened. But Viktor Orban said, you bring back Trump, and the whole world is going to be a safer place. We're going to keep critical race theory and transgender insanity out of our schools. We're going to keep men out of women's sports. And we're going to return our society based on merit, which the Supreme Court has given us the right to do, based on merit. We're going to go back to a merit system. If you're good at something, that's what you get. The Supreme Court approved that. That was courageous. We will defend the Second Amendment. We're going to do something that I think is very important. We're going to restore free speech, and we will really, truly restore. We're going to fix our elections so that our elections are going to be honorable and honest, and people leave and they know their vote is counted. We are going to have free and fair elections, and ideally we go to paper ballots, same-day voting, proof of citizenship, very big, and voter ID. Very simple, very simple. One-day voting, one day. You ever see these things? You know, everyone's talking about November 5th, but forget November 5th. It starts on September 6th in various states, North Carolina, but various states, Delaware. It starts on November 6th, goes months and months voting. Why are those boxes being moved around? Why are those ballots being moved? Why are they not there? Sir, we're fixing the air conditioning of that particular. It is so bad. It is so out of control. Everyone under President Trump will prosper. Every family will thrive. And Michigan manufacturing will dominate like never before. You're going to dominate like never before. But for that to happen this election day, you must tell Comrade Kamala, Comrade, you're doing a horrible job. You've been a terrible vice president, a horrible, horrible border czar. You're not a border czar. You're a border patsy. You were played by every country in the world. The worst job we've ever seen, probably the worst vice president we've ever had. He certainly was the worst president. Comrade Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired. Get out of here. Get out of here. It's amazing they can have support. I don't get it. Who would support somebody that wants open borders? Who would support somebody that wants men in women's sports? You see the boxing in the Olympics? Two transitioned people. They transitioned from men to women, did you see? Fighting a young, beautiful Italian boxer, top boxer. They thought big things from her. And then, bing, a left jab, just a jab. She go, whoa, what? I just got hit with a horse. Again, bing. She said, I'm out. She quit. She couldn't take it. 2 punches. The second one, likewise, got into the ring with a couple of very talented women. Just beat the hell out of them. They both won the gold medal. Shockingly. Are you shocked? You're not shocked, huh? In fact, you would have bet everything. You would have bet 100%. The odds were pretty good, right? And then you have people like Kamala. How about weightlifting? Weightlifting record set many years ago. They'd put 1/8 of an ounce on each side. 18-year-old record. They go out there. They're strong women. They can't quite make it, though. Guy comes out. Have you lifted before? No. How do I do it? Just put your hands in the bar and try and look at it. You mean like this? Oh. They beat it by like hundreds of pounds. The whole thing is crazy. And nobody wants to complain. You know, the women, like the swimmers, they don't like to complain. They're really afraid to complain because they'll be accused of bad things. But look at the swimmers. They come out, they're Olympic swimmers, and they look left, they look right. They see people that they were growing up with, great swimmers, and then they look over and they see this huge. It was Wilt Chamberlain, but slightly bigger. And she says, well, look at the size of this person. I don't recognize the person from California, from the California swim groups that I participated in for 10 years before I got to the Olympic trials. And this person blew them away. In fact, it was very sad. They got past so fast. The wind was so tremendous that she suffered wind burns. They had to take her out of the pool. All right. Now we joke about very serious subjects. I mean, it's so sad. But really what's sad is that people that would want something like that, and it's so demeaning to women, right? Don't you think it's so demeaning to women? We love women. That's so demeaning to women. Never had anything like it, but you have to watch the fights. It just says it. It says it so simply. You watch these two fights, it was like they didn't even have to do anything. Olympic gold. They won Olympic gold. They transitioned. So get your friends, get your family, register, volunteer, and get out, and you got to vote. And Pete, you are doing a great job, by the way. I see you sitting there. You are doing a great job. Pete Hoekstra. I'm glad I remembered to introduce him. He would have quit just before the election. He's doing it. We're doing good, right? Yeah, he was a great congressman. He was the one we earmarked, right, Mike? We wanted Pete. And I hear you're doing a fantastic job. We appreciate it very much. On November 5th, we will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will put America first, and we will make America great again. We're going to make America greater than ever before. We're going to bring back your car industry. We're not going to just keep it a little bit that you have left. You lost most of your industry. We're going to bring back your car industry. We're going to let them build plants, but they're not building them in Mexico. They're going to build them in the United States of America. And they're going to be fired up by our auto workers. And we're going to bring them back in numbers that nobody can believe, and I can do it so easily. We were all set to do it, and then we had the COVID disaster come in and we did a great job, never got the credit for it. The ventilators, the therapeutics that we did, the robes, the goggles, everything. But what China did was very bad, very bad. But we're going to bring it all back to this state. You're going to have the greatest state in the world for automaking. You're coming back with automaking because that's what you do and that's what you do best. And a lot of these people, even if it's just job-related, auto worker-related, this is what they want to do. And they want to be here. They don't want to have to move. But you're not going to have any place to move because other jobs are going to be gone too. They're taking away all our jobs. We're not going to let it happen. We're going to make America great. We're going to make America the production capital, manufacturing capital of the world, and it's going to happen very fast. I hope you're going to go out and vote for me because, honestly, if you don't, our country is finished. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you, everybody.
Right now, we can't believe anything they tell us. Missouri Senator Josh Hawley on the Judiciary Committee is here now. So what are these whistleblowers continuing to tell you, Senator?
Well, Jesse, what new whistleblowers tell me is that the leadership of the Secret Service told the agents who were advancing the Butler rally not to request additional manpower. They said the same thing to the campaign. So this directly contradicts, by the way, what the Secret Service director told Congress. He said, oh, we never denied a manpower request. Well, what the whistleblowers say, Jesse, is they told him ahead of time, don't request more resources, don't request counter snipers, because if you do, we will deny it. Jesse, this is a lie. I mean, what the director told Congress is a lie. We need to know, why are these guys lying to us and what are they hiding?
You know government and how it works. Why would they say ahead of time, don't request this because we're not going to give it to you? Because they didn't want a paper trail?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think they wanted to be able to say what the director did say to Congress misleadingly, oh, we never technically, formally denied anything. Of course, that's because they told them in advance, don't request it, because if you do, we won't give it to you. This was an attempt to hold down the resources. This was an attempt to deny counter snipers. Remember, they only finally got counter snipers to come on the day, Jesse. Earlier, they had said no counter snipers would be available. Can you imagine what would have happened if there had been no counter snipers at all at this event?
I can't.
This is all an attempt to cover it up.
And I don't want to imagine that. And weren't they supposed to get 4 counter sniper teams, but they only got 2?
That's right. And there was supposed to be what's called the counter surveillance division. They're present, Jesse. They're the ones who are usually due a site advance. They identify problems in the security perimeter. Whistleblowers tell me that they didn't get to do the advance because, again, Secret Service leadership denied it. We need the facts here because the more we learn, the worse this gets.
Do you understand why you'd turn down a drone? If someone was offering you from the locals a free drone, you didn't have to pay for it. You just had to say, sure, I'll take it. Why, knowing that there was a possible attempt from the Iranians, would they say no drone?
It makes absolutely no sense, and they know it doesn't, Jesse, because on the day after the assassination attempt, the Secret Service went right back to the local police provider who offered them the drones and said, oh, please, 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 can we use them now? So it turns out they did need them. Obviously, they needed them. We can all see that. Their refusal to put them in the air ahead of time, it's just inexplicable. It's totally inexplicable.
Lastly, who actually fired the kill shot that neutralized Crooks? Was it from a Secret Service counter sniper rifle, or was it one of the local counter sniper guys?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if we know the answer to that. We know that there were multiple counter sniper shots fired. Exactly. Well, for the same reason we don't know still, why wasn't there a Secret Service counter sniper on the roof of the AGR building where Crooks was? Why weren't law enforcement guarding the perimeter of that building as their plans called for? None of that happened, and we still don't have any answers. And Jesse, nobody has been fired for this.
All right. Well, I hope these whistleblowers continue to talk to your office, because you and maybe 1 or 2 other people are the only one who are getting close to the truth. So thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I just want to go first to you, Mr. Prince. You said you roughly have about 3,500 at the peak of Blackwater, correct?
That's right.
Secret Service currently has approximately 7,000, approximately. What was your highest annual revenue, if you don't mind me asking, give or take, for that many operations?
Ooh, for that, the protective mission was about 2,500 to 2,800, and that revenue would have been around $600 million.
So $600 million for that.
And again, that's deploying in a war zone where 41 of our men, my men, were killed in action.
So safe to say, if you had $3.3 billion allocated to you, you could have done some even more miraculous things with resource and assets, correct?
I'll give a simple comparison. Around 2005, George W. Bush wanted to grow the size of the Border Patrol. I remember being called to a congressional hearing then because they compared what it would cost us to train a new CBP agent versus what the federal government was going to take. And our figure came in at 1/3. And their figure was actually higher than sending someone to Harvard for 4 years, and that's to train a guy for 4 months. That's it. So it's the federal government blows money.
That's
like I said in my testimony.
And my point is that the failed metric of government, whereby the more we spend, the better outcome we receive, is a flawed and failed measure, which is why we're at $36 trillion in deficit. And the reason I use that $3 billion, as you know, Mr. Prince, is because that's the actual amount that appropriators have allocated to the Secret Service, which means that, to Dan Bongino's comment, they shouldn't be utilizing past equipment to serve tomorrow. They should have more than enough assets and resources in place with a $3 billion budget. Would you not agree?
Certainly.
And I want to go to you, Mr. Bongino. I want to point out some things because culture failure, as my colleagues point out and others, I want to mention a couple of things. August 14, 2024 is reported failure that a Secret Service agent abandoned her post without permission to breastfeed child before Donald Trump was scheduled to arrive in North Carolina. August 12, 2024, it was reported that a Secret Service special agent who was an official site agent for the July 13 Butler PA rally is under investigation for posting videos and photos for protective assignments to social media. July 27, 2024, a Secret Service agent covered the security camera of a local salon in Pittsburgh, Massachusetts, before an event featuring Kamala Harris, where the salon was closed, but opened it up without approval and utilizing restrooms for an hour and a half while the building's security alarm was going off. July 2nd, 2023, it was reported that a former Secret Service Director Cheadle and senior agency leader sought to destroy the cocaine found in the White House in July of 2024. The evidence was not destroyed due to pushback in individuals in the Secret Service Forensic Service divisions. May 2024, a man enters the U.S. Secret Service Miami field office through a propped open door and was not removed from the building until the following morning. April 24, 2024, a special agent assigned to Harris's detail had a mental breakdown where the agent is reported to have physically attacked the commanding agent in charge at the base after verbal disputes with other agents. Sometimes during 2023 and 2024, at least 2 people breached President Obama's Hawaii residence. Though the president wasn't there at the residence, his 2 daughters were on premise at the time. April 2023, a drunken intruder entered the home of National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan in the middle of the night. The man was able to gain access to Sullivan's home despite 24/7 Secret Service protective services in Sullivan due to the sensitive nature of his position. Now, I want to go back to a comment that you made, Mr. Bongino, where you said none of these problems are new. I think just the list of those that I've just mentioned shows that this is not a new problem, but it's existed for quite a while. And with a $3 billion annual budget, I would think that we would start evaluating those mistakes to make those corrective actions. Would you agree with the things that I've listed, with the budget that is allocated, that there should be a much better provision of security for protectees than what you're seeing today?
Oh, there's zero dispute about this. You know, Mr. Prince's company had accountability. People fire him and find a new company if he lost a protectee. You can't fire the Secret Service. 18 U.S.C. 3056, they're obligated to protect him. The Secret Service has a culture problem, Congressman. I was an instructor in our training academy in Beltsville, Maryland for 3 years. I ran operations over there, taught investigations over there, spent a little time in the Control Tactics Unit. Again, I was there for 3 years. Unfortunately, I can't count on one hand. I would need probably 2 and toes as well to count how many agents who could not meet even basic protective functioning skills and criminal investigative skills, but who met other criteria completely irrelevant to job performance, who were pushed through and told with a wink and a nod, this woman or man needs to graduate. Well, why? They're clearly incompetent. Every instructor who's encountered this person has said this person's incompetent, to the point where in judgment drills, they're killing the protectee in the judgment drills. That's kind of not what we do. You're not supposed to shoot the protectee yourself in a simunition drill. And you would say things, you would hear things, excuse me, from special agents in charge, and I encourage you all to look into this, how the training center works and how they graduate students, where they would say, well, that person files a lot of complaints, like EEO complaints. Okay, well, are they real? That sounds serious. Sounds like a serious thing to me. I take that stuff seriously. And they would say, well, they file them enough that it's become a nuisance and they're not really legitimate, but because this person files a lot of complaints, we need to graduate them. Some of those people now, matter of fact, not just a few, but many, are out on protective assignments now. And again, this
so
is
what you're saying is that DEI plays a major role, not meritocracy, with regards to the current culture that has been fostered.
No, not a. No, the major role. The Secret Service right now is dominated by DEI. It's not a role. It's the role. You ask agents on the president.
And I think that everyone's heard me say before, DEI equals DIE. You know, DEI stands for didn't earn it. And
well,
we need to be very cautious in how we do this.
Ask his family.
Correct. I just want to move on briefly with the time. Mr. Schaefer, I just need you to kind of confirm the no's. And when I say confirm the no's, you'll understand. Didn't take the communication platform that was given by local forces, correct?
That's correct.
Didn't take the surveillance drone offered by local forces, is that correct?
That is correct.
Didn't show up for the morning briefing to ensure that last-minute planning could be accounted for.
That is correct.
Didn't take any necessary measures to talk to the Kubota dealer, who was 400 yards away to the 12 o'clock direct line of sight, to even see whether or not they could gain access to that rooftop or talk to the owner.
That is correct.
Did not access the water tower, which has the highest vantage point, and provide oversight that would have also looked at the AGR building.
That is correct.
You know, I'm looking at all this and I'm noting a lot of no's. of things that didn't happen. And unfortunately, because we've allowed this to go on for weeks and weeks, we're now going to be faced with the fact that they're going to be memorializing all these documents to reflect July 9, July 10, July 11, dotting I's, crossing T's that wasn't actually going forward. Now, I want to ask you something, Mr. Prince, because you know this all too well about counterterrorism operations. We know for a fact that we have an open border with roughly 10 million people that's come across. We know that cartels are cheering on President Joe Biden as the employee of the month every single month when you think about 2018, where you had $500 million in revenue from cartel to now $13+ billion in revenue. If you knew a president was coming in that would put things like Romania and Mexico back in place, secure our borders, and cut your revenue, you have the training, you have the assets, you have the revenue, would you deem that person as a threat and want to take that individual out?
It's a very simple answer, because you can see what they did in the last Mexican election that just happened a few months ago. They killed 27 conservative candidates, assassinated while campaigning.
And noting that you had the successful counterterrorism operation that eliminated the shadow master, Qasem Soleimani of Quds Force, as well as for Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes, who led the Iranian proxy militias of Iraq, would you deem that as them declaring a fatwa to increase your threat profile as an individual protectee?
Certainly the Iranians would see it as a risk worth taking.
And you also note that a question that needs to be asked of the FBI is that on July 12th, a 46-year-old Pakistani male named Burjan was actually captured, who had also plotted assassination against President Donald J. Trump and 35 elected officials. The question is how did you think an individual who's on a terrorist watch list, landed in Houston, Texas, was questioned by the FBI, and I would love to hear his answers because they must have been spectacular, and then released, noting that this individual flew from Pakistan to Iran for 4 days prior to this? Would you note that as very questionable?
Again, you can put them in the long list of other people that don't belong here, that our federal government is failing to do their job.
I want to go over some forensic questions, because I think that as we continue to peel the layers back, what we don't find is enough answers, but more questions that need to be asked. Just in a quick yes or no, do you find it odd that literally only days after the attempted assassination on President Donald J. Trump, while the roof was too sloped to place individuals for counter-sniper operations, that it wasn't too sloped to a roof for the FBI to go ahead and tamper, in my opinion, with evidence by washing the roof off that may have had significant evidence on it? Do you find that odd?
Yes, I do, Congress.
Mr. Prince?
Yeah, I certainly don't realize, I don't understand what the rush was to wash a roof.
Mr. Bongino?
No doubt.
Do we also find it odd that, as of recent, one of our colleagues, Representative Higgins, had uncovered the fact that the body of Matthew Crooks had not only been released and cremated, but that the coroner who's responsible for releasing the body had no knowledge of it? Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Prince?
Sounds like destruction of evidence.
Mr. Bongino?
Given the gravity of what happened, absolutely.
Do you also find it odd that no ballistics, no toxicology report, no confidence in the actual, I guess, proof of who it was who took the shot has been provided to date? And also, just to follow on to that, how quickly the crime scene at the home was actually released before any evidence had been obtained and released? Mr. Schaefer?
In total analysis of your question, I think it warrants maybe a little more than a yes or no. I absolutely find that to be troubling. I also find that there were multiple friendlies that engaged the shooter that day, and no report has been given back to that local agency that was involved in that information. I feel that's critical.
Mr. Prince?
Yeah, again, there's a lot of things that just smell around the entire thing. And like I said in my opening statement, only the disinfectants of transparency will clean this up. And so covering it up and hiding only compounds an already a really bad look on the federal government.
Mr. Bongino?
Yeah, I'll say again, given the gravity of the situation, extremely odd.
Do we find it odd that in addition to a 20-year-old not having a social media presence and being scrubbed, that in addition to having the knowledge on how to create sophisticated explosive devices with a multi-channel transmitter, that there was also leaked evidence or leaked information on regards to 3 encrypted accounts? Do you find it odd that these encrypted accounts, which are overseas, has not been discussed and or talked about at any point? Mr. Schaefer.
Absolutely, Congressman.
Mr. Prince.
In the same way that Congress passed a law in 1992 that within 25 years, all things related to the Kennedy assassination were supposed to be declassified and released, why cover this up? Why, again, what is being covered and what is being covered up and why? And it makes a bad situation even worse.
Mr. Bongino.
Odd, to say the least, yes.
I want to go back to something earlier as well. Mr. Bongino, Secret Service, NYPD, worked in the actual training of it. Do you believe that a protective detail should be appointed based upon the title you carry or the threat level based upon the office in which you are to obtain?
It should exclusively be based on a threat assessment. It should have nothing to do with the title.
And do you agree that if you were the Secret Service director, that when the request came in based on President Trump's profile, based on the existing threats that would need to be mitigated, based on the request by his own officers, that that would be something that you would approve or disapprove?
There isn't a scenario where a sane, rational, well-trained Secret Service agent would deny CSU or counter-sniper assets to a threat, to a protectee with a threat footprint like Donald Trump. Not a chance.
Right now, we can't believe anything they tell us. Missouri Senator Josh Hawley on the Judiciary Committee is here now. So what are these whistleblowers continuing to tell you, Senator?
Well, Jesse, what new whistleblowers tell me is that the leadership of the Secret Service told the agents who were advancing the Butler rally not to request additional manpower. They said the same thing to the campaign. So this directly contradicts, by the way, what the Secret Service director told Congress. He said, oh, we never denied a manpower request. Well, what the whistleblowers say, Jesse, is they told him ahead of time, don't request more resources, don't request counter snipers, because if you do, we will deny it. Jesse, this is a lie. I mean, what the director told Congress is a lie. We need to know, why are these guys lying to us and what are they hiding?
You know government and how it works. Why would they say ahead of time, don't request this because we're not going to give it to you? Because they didn't want a paper trail?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think they wanted to be able to say what the director did say to Congress misleadingly, oh, we never technically, formally denied anything. Of course, that's because they told them in advance, don't request it, because if you do, we won't give it to you. This was an attempt to hold down the resources. This was an attempt to deny counter snipers. Remember, they only finally got counter snipers to come on the day, Jesse. Earlier, they had said no counter snipers would be available. Can you imagine what would have happened if there had been no counter snipers at all at this event?
I can't.
This is all an attempt to cover it up.
And I don't want to imagine that. And weren't they supposed to get 4 counter sniper teams, but they only got 2?
That's right. And there was supposed to be what's called the counter surveillance division. They're present, Jesse. They're the ones who are usually due a site advance. They identify problems in the security perimeter. Whistleblowers tell me that they didn't get to do the advance because, again, Secret Service leadership denied it. We need the facts here because the more we learn, the worse this gets.
Do you understand why you'd turn down a drone? If someone was offering you from the locals a free drone, you didn't have to pay for it. You just had to say, sure, I'll take it. Why, knowing that there was a possible attempt from the Iranians, would they say no drone?
It makes absolutely no sense, and they know it doesn't, Jesse, because on the day after the assassination attempt, the Secret Service went right back to the local police provider who offered them the drones and said, oh, please, 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 can we use them now? So it turns out they did need them. Obviously, they needed them. We can all see that. Their refusal to put them in the air ahead of time, it's just inexplicable. It's totally inexplicable.
Lastly, who actually fired the kill shot that neutralized Crooks? Was it from a Secret Service counter sniper rifle, or was it one of the local counter sniper guys?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if we know the answer to that. We know that there were multiple counter sniper shots fired. Exactly. Well, for the same reason we don't know still, why wasn't there a Secret Service counter sniper on the roof of the AGR building where Crooks was? Why weren't law enforcement guarding the perimeter of that building as their plans called for? None of that happened, and we still don't have any answers. And Jesse, nobody has been fired for this.
All right. Well, I hope these whistleblowers continue to talk to your office, because you and maybe one or two other people are the only one who are getting close to the truth. So thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we bring in former FBI special agent and Fox News contributor Nicole Parker. Nicole, great to have you with us today. It's good to see that they are pursuing this, because we don't ever want to see the mistakes that were made there happen again. As I said, you know, I just want to show this from the hearing that happened on July 30th in Congress, where the acting Director of Secret Service, Ronald Rowe, was questioned, and so many of these questions are still hanging out there. Watch this.
How was he able to get an AR-15 onto the roof of that building?
As the person who made the decision to send Donald Trump onto stage, knowing that you had a security situation, has that person been relieved of duty?
Bandwidth apparently was adequate for the shooter's drone, but not for the Secret Service. Can you explain that?
How did that site survey get approved when it was so clear that that was a major threat from that building?
Boy, these are all really good questions that we don't have the answers to at this point, Nicole. What's taking so long? And is it reasonable that we still don't have the answers to those questions?
You know, Martha, as a former FBI agent, I understand it takes time to conduct investigations, but this is different, okay? A former president was almost killed, and we have a dead civilian and 2 others that were injured. My recommendation would be that the Secret Service and the FBI and those conducting investigations should be giving a weekly briefing to the Americans. This is not going to go away. You can't shove this under the rug. And, you know, the FBI always hides under the guise, you know, it's an ongoing federal investigation. We can't make comment. But this is a very unique situation, and people want accountability. They want transparency, and they want consequences. And so far, you know, recently, it was, you know, Friday of last week, that it was announced that, you know, individuals were finally suspended from the Secret Service. They are on administrative leave. Office of Professional Responsibility, OPR, is conducting internal investigations of personnel involved. But yeah, it's been 6 weeks, and people want answers, and frankly, Americans deserve answers in a lot quicker manner than what they're seeing right now.
It seems as if those suspensions should have happened right away. I mean, it even could have been presented as, you know, we don't want to cast aspersions or guilt upon these individuals, but obviously we need to suspend them because they were on the detail that day. And once we complete our investigation, if we can exonerate them, we will, or they'll be removed from their positions. I think would have been a very reasonable and I think it would have been a response that people would have appreciated, because they would have felt as if action was being taken right away. One of the things that continues to really bother me, and I know it bothers you as well, is why they didn't have communication with the local officials who they put in charge of that area, which was a clear shot to the stage. And I want to remind everybody, Nicole, and I'm sure you remember it, this is Ronald Rowe speaking about why they didn't have comms with the other people they were working with locally. Watch.
Technically, you could do it, but it would take a long time to get it done. And for a 1-day or an 8-hour operation, it requires a lot. And it would be months of planning, of knowing that we are going to go to this particular jurisdiction and that we're going to need your frequencies, the keys, and we're going to need to load you into our radios, and you're going to be needed to load it into ours.
Well, according to the Butler County Tactical Command, that is not true. They say that whenever they're coordinating with outside security, they allow them to use their frequencies and radios so they can talk to them. And they said, in fact, reported to CNN, I believe, it was CNN, that they had radios that were ready for the Secret Service to pick up, but they never came to get them. Nicole, what do you say about that?
That's gross negligence. Frankly, I've done a lot of operations with local law enforcement. That's typically what you do. That's why you partner with federal and locals, because it is difficult to key radios sometimes. I do believe that they need to review the technological platform being used across law enforcement nationwide. But yeah, when you're teamed up with a local law enforcement officer, that's why, because then you have their radio, you have their frequency, and you hear all communications. Yeah. For Secret Service to just not even pick them up, That to me is extremely sloppy. And I hate to say this, but there are agents from the ground level, boots on the ground, all the way up to the top in management that work in the federal government, and they think, you know what, I can just kind of coast by. Sometimes people get sloppy. No one ever gets fired from the federal government. There's really no consequence. This is a wake-up call. If you're not doing your job with precision and correctly, you should be fired. And let's see what happens after this investigation is completed.
I mean, they're so lucky that he survived this. If you know, they didn't have the time to go pick up a radio, they would have heard instantly that there was someone on that roof, and they could have prevented him from even getting on stage if they had known that. We know what the timeline looks like. Nicole, the other thing that's really on my mind is Thomas Crooks and his motivation and who he was communicating with on these encrypted channels. Immediately, almost 24 hours later, they said no connection to any Iranian plot or anything else, which was the earliest assessment that we got. And it always seemed curious to me that they ruled that out so immediately. It may be true, but to rule it out immediately seems a little odd to me. Now we're hearing that the Crooks family is lawyering up with some of the most well-known attorneys in Pittsburgh. Do you think they have anything to hide?
Look, I don't want to accuse anyone of hiding anything, but for anyone to come forward shortly after and say there was no connection to anyone, there were no co-conspirators, how do you know? These are encrypted apps. You can't even access the phone. You can't even access the devices. You can't go out and say that. There are profilers from the Behavioral Analysis Unit at the FBI. It takes them a very long time to go through all of the information to gather that. So for them to come out so quickly and say, no, Iran wasn't involved. Look, whether they were or they were not, until there is a thorough investigation completed, you shouldn't be making statements. But at the same time, Americans do want transparency. So again, there's that fine line. You want to be transparent and give information as soon as it is available. But again, don't discount something or count something out until you've actually completed your investigation.
Yeah, it seems so odd to me that that was the only thing that they eliminated right away. Everything else, you know, we don't know. The investigation's ongoing, but literally within 24 hours, they said, well, we know there wasn't anyone else involved. Absolutely, he was a lone gunman. There's no questions around this. So it just seems so strange that they could speak so forcefully on that and say literally nothing, not much else over the course of 6 weeks. We're watching these members of Congress head to the microphones with some of what they've discovered today. So, control room, let me know when they are, looks like they're about ready to speak. So let's listen in.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kayleigh McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Joining us now is Tulsi Gabbard, former 2020 Democrat presidential candidate and Fox News contributor. Tulsi, you were there today along with President Trump. How important was it for him to be there today?
You know, one thing that ran through my mind as I was there, joining President Trump and honoring the ultimate sacrifice that these 13 service members paid, sharing the sorrow that these Gold Star families still feel and will always feel at the loss of their loved ones. Meanwhile, where is Kamala Harris? Where is Joe Biden? Well, Joe Biden's on vacation, and Kamala Harris is running a campaign based on joy and vibes and laughing her way around. I can tell you who wasn't laughing were those families, some of the survivors of that attack in this disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. This is personal for me, Judge, and so many other Americans who know firsthand the cost of war. We've seen and experienced it firsthand. We know how important it is to have a commander-in-chief who values every single one of our lives and who has the strength and the courage to exercise all means of diplomacy, meeting with dictators, allies, adversaries, partners in the pursuit of peace, recognizing that war is always and should always be a last resort. I endorse President Trump today because he has those qualities and he's proven that he is that commander-in-chief. Kamala Harris has proven she is not. We're closer to the brink of nuclear war now than ever before, closer to World War III because of Harris and Biden and their policies.
You know, Tulsi, a mother of one of the slain troops spoke out against Kamala Harris today. Take a listen.
Vice President Harris is now running to be commander-in-chief. I wonder, do you have a message for her?
You're with the whole administration in all of this. You hold the same accountability as President Biden does. You were right beside him in making these decisions. This administration has tried to sweep it under the rug, and that's absolutely not going to work for this nation.
You know, Tulsi, your response to that?
You know, I want to know if Kamala Harris has personally called every one of these 13 families and the families of those who came home injured. There was a triple amputee there today, there to honor the loss of his brothers and sisters. Has she called them to apologize for the decision that they made that resulted in this disastrous withdrawal and an explosion and an attack that took these 13 service members' lives that was completely preventable? Kamala Harris is completely unfit to serve as our commander-in-chief. Voters, regardless of whether you're Democrats or Republicans, need to know that truth, because that's really what this election is about, Judge. It's not about Democrats versus Republicans.
Right.
It's about having a president who stands for freedom, peace, and prosperity, which is Donald Trump, versus having a president in Kamala Harris who attacks our freedoms and censors us and uses political retaliation, who has pushed us to the brink of war, and who's created this economic hardship for Americans across the country. That's really the choice that we have before us. And for me, as a service member, as a veteran, it's a very clear choice. I love our country. I cherish peace and freedom, and I'm supporting Donald Trump in this election so that he can be our commander-in-chief once again.
You know, it's interesting, Tulsi. CNN today tried to attack Trump for attending the wreath ceremony. Take a listen.
Is he politicizing these soldiers' deaths? Should he even be at Arlington National Cemetery if he's going to make some politics out of this?
I just look at President Biden, under whose leadership we actually ended and made the tough decision to end our nation's longest war. That was the right decision by President Biden.
You know, I guess the question, Tulsi, should have been, why wasn't Biden in attendance as well? But I want to ask you, just 4 years ago, you were one of many Democrats running against Donald Trump. Today, you endorse Trump. Why?
Like I said, I've just made the case. The choice in this election is very clear, and I'm confident that if elected as president again, Donald Trump, he has the strength and the backbone to stand up to the military-industrial complex and keep us out of these unnecessary wars of choice. I want to point back to that clip you just played. Let's remember that Joe Biden on that debate stage did not even remember that his decision resulted in the deaths of 13 of my brothers and sisters in uniform. Donald Trump this morning, he didn't have a big crowd out there at Arlington Cemetery. It was him standing and grieving with these Gold Star families for hours. This wasn't just a drive-by photo op. He stayed with them for hours and helped to console them and thank them for their sacrifice that they have made for our great country.
Was it emotional for the president?
It was extremely emotional. It was extremely emotional for everyone who was there. It was groups of loved ones and family and friends. It was 2 survivors who were there at that attack at Abbey Gate in Kabul who came back, who were seriously injured now for the rest of their lives. It was such a powerful, powerful day. I'm grateful to have been there to offer my own sincere gratitude for their service and sacrifice. But it's so important that we have leaders who do this, who not just do it for a photo op, but actually express, as President Trump did this morning. I saw it, I felt it, I experienced it, the sorrow that he felt for the great loss that not only these families have felt, but our country endures.
Well, and he clearly didn't look at his watch as Joe Biden did. Tulsi Gabbard, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
We, as a nation, as a people, got lucky. You had shots fired at the White House. They didn't even know that it happened. Meanwhile, the bullets hit the White House. We had shots fired at Vice President Biden's home in Delaware. Wanted to come back and see what the footage was like and wanted to see what the incident looks like. Ends up that the Secret Service had no cameras at the Vice President's home. Literally no cameras. No video. Nobody was caught. Meanwhile, shots are fired. Secret Service agents are outside. And nothing happens. We had a man with a gun who was next to President Obama riding up in an elevator. See, President Obama had gone down to the Centers for Disease Control before COVID and was touring. and I'm giving this just kind of a rough outline, but the president goes there and they have a local security force that is there guarding the Centers for Disease Control. President Obama gets on the elevator. As they go up, the local security person is allowed to join the Secret Service and the president, pretty tight quarters in an elevator, where this person was asking to do a selfie and started asking the president questions. Strange enough that the Secret Service, at least one of the agents, decided to interview this person. President gets off, doesn't do a picture. They pull this security guard over to the side and they say to this person, "What were you doing? What were you thinking about?" They get the private security agency's boss in the room, and his boss is excoriating this guy, saying, "What are you doing? You can't take pictures of the president. You're fired. In fact, give me your gun." And to which the Secret Service said, "You have a gun?" And then they were informed that all of the people that were there had guns. And the Secret Service didn't know that. They did not know that. There were over 50 guns in that proximity with President Obama, one of which was riding in the elevator. Now, the problem with the Secret Service is they tried to cover it up. We were actually able to see that after the incident, people from Washington, D.C. were flying back down to Atlanta, which created a lot of suspicion. We got some whistleblowers. And then we held a hearing with Director Pearson where she testified falsely that there were never any security threats to President Obama. And if there were, she was going to brief the president. And when I met and talked with, I think it's Neil Eggleston, who is the general counsel for the White House, she resigned the next day because she lied to Congress. Part of the problem and the challenge that we see here is that the Secret Service has a culture of deception. What they tell the public has routinely been inaccurate, if not an outright lie. If you recall, back during our investigation, we had a series of fence jumpers. This is not Carl Lewis out there in Crocs, running. These are people jumping the fence, running across the lawn, and then getting into the White House in some cases. We had one incident where literally in Crocs, jumps the fence, goes through the bushes, goes through the front door. Secret Service, if you go back and look at the record, they went back and told us that, we never got in the White House. They had to later admit that, yeah, he got in the White House, got in, turned left. He could have gone upstairs where the president's residence is. No, he turned left, and he turned right again before he was finally tackled. This happened a couple of times in a row. I watched footage of somebody who jumped the fence at night, undetected, got right up to, I believe it was the east portico, and sat on a fence. I think it was 9 or 10 minutes. He just sat there. I think he was ready to get arrested, but nobody came. We had agents from the uniform division walk by him and not even notice him, because I don't think they thought that there was probably even going to ever be somebody there. And this went on for close to 15 minutes before they finally detected him. These types of incidents kept happening time and time again. And let me tell you about some of the findings that we unearthed along the way. And I want to give you the five things that I think we're going to find as we do the investigation, as the investigation is done into the incident and the assassination attempt of President Trump, and we look at other types of security incidents. I think it's going to fall down in 5 buckets, in my opinion. It's going to come down to recruiting, training, workload, which I want to get into a little bit, communications, and technology. All 5 of these categories, I give the Secret Service an F. Now, we talk about the Secret Service, but this really goes to Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security, who should know better because he's been, if not the secretary, he's been like the number 2 person there for a long time. You have congressional reports. You have other reports that were done. You have multiple reports. You have a blue ribbon panel that Jay Johnson, the secretary, put out. I'm tired of having reports. Let's go through each of those 5, and then I'll give you back some illustrations on some of those incidents that I talked about. Remember, we looked at 150 of them. okay? Recruitment. They are still, the Secret Service is still more than 1,000 agents, and there's agents and then there's uniform division in its simplest form, okay? When you go to the White House, you go walk around over there to the Naval Observatory, you're gonna see Secret Service in the uniform division. They're wearing uniforms, they got badges. It's plainly obvious that they're in the Secret Service. Others, they are broken down into multiple different groups, but these you'll find in the field offices, you'll find them undercover, you'll see there's lots of different agents. And I'm just using generic terms to have the simplicity. It's much, much more complicated than that. The recruitment is such, and it was true 9-10 years ago, that they were short more than 1,000 people from their authorized levels of staffing. The problem with that is it segues into the workload. When you're short that many people, you have too many people working overtime. Let me give you this statistic here that's in one of the reports, and I think Tristan, he's gonna lay out, he does a good job of this. He's gonna lay out these different, there's a GAO report, there's the, what's the other one? NAPA, I don't know, all these acronyms mean, but this is from the fiscal year 2020. Approximate number of overtime hours per officer in fiscal year 2020, okay? Approximate number of overtime hours per officer, 537 hours of overtime. Now, one of the last bills I worked to pass when I left Congress in 2017 was this idea that we needed to pay our Secret Service agents and officers overtime because statutorily they tap out. We were finding that on the workload side of it, many of these agents were working 45, 47 days in a row. And it's hard travel, right? You're on the road. You don't even have time to do your laundry. You're working 12, 14, 16-hour shifts. Supposed to be, ready to go. Some of these places are hot, you're sweaty, and you can't get your laundry done. Meanwhile, your family life suffers because you're on day 46 and you're having to tell your spouse, guess what? I'm not getting paid for this, but I got to keep doing my job. And it was sad. I mean, it's just sad how bad this was. So the recruitment ties into the workload. But I want to make another, the recruitment was pathetic. They were doing it on pizza boxes. They were doing it on bumper stickers, on cars. There was no serious effort to bring in. And what they also found through these reports is if you look at it, once they did get somebody, brought up to speed and really good, the FBI would go and steal them. Because the FBI had a better track for IT personnel. They could pursue their IT skills and make a good living at it over at the Department of Justice. They didn't have a program like that and still don't have a program like that at the Department of Homeland Security. So as they go and they look at that, then you get over to the workload problems. And here's another thing that's a factor, okay? There's a lot of boredom. There's a lot of nothing happens until something happens. But when something does happen, remember, you're there to prevent it so it never, ever happens. And that's a tough mindset to try to teach people to get into that setting. What's interesting, though, with the workload is you have more than 150 field offices for the Secret Service. Most of the time, most of what they do is work on currency issues and credit card issues. People going up to gas pumps and swiping ATM machines and coming up with technology to rip people off. That's the Secret Service that dives into those issues. So if you're working in the Seattle office or the Salt Lake City office or the Phoenix office, smaller offices for the Secret Service, you're going to spend the overwhelming amount of your time on this, but then all of a sudden Donald Trump Jr. is coming to town, or Melania is in town, or Kamala Harris is coming to town, and guess what? You got to drop all of that, and then you put on this other hat and says, oh, now I'm on the protective detail. But the training becomes a huge, massive problem. If you look at the number of classes and the time that they spend actually training to do the protective mission, it's pathetic. The recommendation for some of the personal protective divisions was 25% of an agent's time is supposed to be in training. The reality is, it's like 1 or 2%. Sometimes they do 0 classes. I think it was 2013, they had no classes. None, not even one. Because they were so short of the personnel, they couldn't afford to have somebody go do training. The one criticism I have of Congress has almost tripled their budget through the years. But one of the issues I have with Congress is they have not fully funded the request from the Secret Service to build a mock White House. We interviewed Uniform Division people who were working at the White House who told us when we said, how come you didn't follow that guy in the Crocs? How come you didn't follow him in the White House? He said, oh, I'm not allowed in the White House. I said, what do you mean you're not allowed in the White House? You work for the Secret Service. He said, Chairman, I'm not allowed in the White House. In fact, I've never been in the White House. You've never been in the White House. You didn't get in line to do a tour like you could do with, no, I've never done it. Not allowed in there. Never been in the White House. That's why he didn't chase him into the White House. You can watch the video. You can see that the person stops. He's like, I can't go in there. I'm not allowed to be in there. The training is absolutely pathetic. And if you look at the attack on President Trump, what you're going to find is that that extraction was embarrassing. It was absolutely, totally embarrassing. Didn't know how to holster their gun, didn't know how to get the president into the vehicle. Once he gets in the vehicle, can't move him. Then somebody's got to figure out how to open up the gate. Nobody knows how to open up the gate. I mean, it's pathetic. And it's an embarrassment. I got to move quickly through these other ones as well. But these things have to be addressed, because if you are overworked, you maybe weren't hired the best possible way, and then you're undertrained, guess what you're going to get? Now, communications is a massive problem. They have not properly invested in the people that know how to have communications. We found, and the reports will back this up, that they could not get security clearances for the agents and officers, and so sometimes they put them out there without a proper security clearance. You don't have a security clearance, guess what? You're not getting a radio. We talked to Uniform Division people who would go and work at the White House and say, how come with these people jumping the fence, how come you didn't go chase them? How come you didn't engage? And they would say, I didn't have a radio. I didn't know what happened. And guess what? Let's say you all have radios. Let's say you're all working at the White House, or let's say you're all working in Pennsylvania or Atlanta or whatever, and you're on the bus tour with Kamala Harris. If something does happen, what happens? Your natural instinct is everybody starts talking. When everybody starts talking, nobody can hear. And that's the paralysis that happens. And if you don't train for it and know how to deal with it and have a chain of command that then knows how to give you instructions as to what's happening, where it's happening, you have a meltdown like happened in Pennsylvania. That gets to the last point, which is about technology. Technology is one of the scariest things out there. It should be our friend. I can say this now because it's been about 10 years and hopefully they've solved it. When I finally got the chief technology officer for the Secret Service in a non-classified setting, this is why I feel comfortable talking about it, and asked him to just candidly tell me where the problems are, I went through each and every president, not their kids, not the other protectees. I said, tell me about George W. Bush. Is he fully protected? I don't think I've said this out loud before. The answer was no. His place in Crawford, Texas, none of the sensors worked. None. I said, you got Secret Service, you got a highly targeted president of the United States, former president of the United States. He's out there in the middle of Texas, and you're telling me that these Secret Service agents are out on this big, massive ranch with no sensors, no cameras, no motion detectors, nothing. What do you do when it's dark and it's raining? We don't have anything out there. That is terrible embarrassment. He's one of the most targeted people in our country. We went through this with President Clinton. We went through this with, I went down the line. I told you about Vice President Biden. Shots fired. Nobody caught. Shots fired at the White House, hitting the kids' bedrooms. They didn't even know for 3 days. You had a rookie officer at one time, shots are fired in proximity to the White House. They didn't believe her. She was right. They were wrong. Nobody caught. No, nothing happened. It just goes on and on and on. And I'm telling you, the technology part of this equation is complicated. You hesitate to talk about it because you want to make sure that the enemy doesn't know where the vulnerabilities are. But technology is supposed to be our friend. It's supposed to be our asset, the thing that's hidden. And at least 9 years ago, we pointed all of this out. It takes investment, it takes personnel, it takes expertise, it takes training, it takes communication, and it takes recruiting the right people. And when you don't have those 5 factors coming together, you continue to have the fiasco that we have here today. I could go on and on and on with stories. And that was from a while ago, but unfortunately, I don't get the sense that anything has changed because I still see the culture of deception. Remember when the incident first happened, what did the Secret Service tell us? I loved it when, first of all, they didn't have a press conference. They let an FBI person go up there. And I loved it when the FBI person went up there. What did he tell us? He told us the night, like 6 hours after the attack, right? Terrible amount of time. He gets up there and he says, well, we don't have his name, and as soon as we have his name, we'll release it to you. That was a lie, okay? I was working at Fox News, and we were looking at the name because it was given to us by some people that, knew what the name was. They were lying about that. Then they said, he's a 20-year-old male. I said, how do you know he's 20 if you don't even know his name? Okay, but I buy that you could say he's a male. And then they said, well, there's no ongoing threat. How do you know there's no ongoing threat if you don't even know his name? They lie about these things, and now they continue to tell us these fables and these stories that are not true. And Congress, they're going to have to stand up for themselves. They're going to have to continue to do this. And let me go back. I wanted to make one more point about training as I wrap up here. This is from one of those reports that was done. Here's the question. It's the Federal Employee Viewpoint Survey, okay? This is a question. Here's the question. I am given a real opportunity to improve my skills in my organization. You know who was dead last? Counter Sniper Unit. 12% said yes. 12% of counter snipers. Here's the next question. How satisfied are you with the training you receive for your present job? You know who is dead last? Counter Sniper Unit. 7% said yes. What do you think the other 93% are saying? And I bet you about 6% of those other ones are just doing it to try to not cause waves and not be the sticking their heads up. That's how bad this situation is. And that's on Alejandro Mayorkas. He's the one that's doing this. And one other thing I should mention. The Blue Ribbon panel that was put together by Jay Johnson made a recommendation. The next head of the Secret Service should be somebody from the outside. Don't hire somebody from the inside. Hire somebody from the outside who doesn't have the relationships, doesn't have the ties. Bring him in. You got to redo this organization. What did Joe Biden do? Joe Biden went out and hired somebody who was on the Biden vice presidential detail. They liked her. Jill liked her. That's how we got the director that we got. That's how she got her job. I'm sorry, but that is the facts of how she got her job. There's so much more to this equation. I really do believe that the solution to this, in part, is to shed off, take the Secret Service, take their financial investigative units, and move that back to the Treasury. If it's about credit cards, if it's about currency, put it back in Treasury. Let them focus on their protective mission, and that would go a long way. There's lots of other ideas. I've gone past my time. I want to hear from these other three. So thanks so much for having me. Thanks for listening. Thanks for caring about what's so important here. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Jason, for painting the picture that unfortunately is shaping what we're dealing with today. Good morning, everyone. I am Laura Reese. I am the Director of the Border Security and Immigration Center here at Heritage and the Senior Research Fellow for Homeland Security. And I want to invite up to the stage our two guests today, starting with Tristan Levitt, who is the President of Empower Oversight and the former House Oversight Committee staff, as well as Susan Crabtree, the Real Clear Politics national political correspondent and the reporter most closely following what the Secret Service is doing and isn't doing. So please come on up to the stage. All right, Tristan, I'm going to start with you and a little bit of this extensive reporting and committee work, past task force, blue ribbon panels that have all been done over the decades that Jason had referred to. So in your comprehensive December 2015 report that you worked on, you noted in the 2014 report written by the panel appointed by Secretary Jay Johnson of DHS. This is what that panel wrote, quote, "Many of their recommendations are not new. Indeed, some of them precisely echo recommendations that the White House Security Review made in 1995, but that remain concerns today. Others even hearken back to recommendations made in the Warren Commission report following the assassination of President Kennedy," unquote. Your committee report said, "This inability to fix known problems is very dangerous for the U.S. Secret Service and for those the agency is charged with protecting." Boy, is that an understatement as we sit here today. So after decades of these same issues, it seems that drastic changes are needed. What would you say are the top 3 changes that need to be done immediately?
Absolutely. So certainly training is at the top of that, as Jason identified, and that just came through again and again and again. Again, this is a challenging job for anyone. We ask a lot of the Secret Service to be out there with a zero-fail mission to protect these individuals, and literally, in some ways, the fate of the free world rests on it. And so it's a job that requires a lot of commitment. It's a job that requires a lot of time and attention. But as Jason mentioned, it can be boring at times. There's a lot of standing around. There's a lot of hurry up and wait. And so if these individuals who go there because they have a passion, they want to be able to serve our nation, why else would you go into the Secret Service? If they're not receiving the training that they need, you're not going to be prepared for these types of situations. And to look at some recent data than what Jason mentioned, whereas the Protective Mission Panel of 2014 recommended 25% of the Presidential Protective Division and the Vice Presidential Protective Division, 25% of their time go to training. Since 2014, it has never gone above 7.5%. For the Presidential Protective Division. For the VPD, it's never gone above 3%. So what does that tell you about the training that you're getting for others like former presidents or elected or nominees for major parties, right? This is not a situation where they are ready for this big task. Some of the other recommendations were unsettling. Mike and I, who drafted that 2015 report, went down to Secret Service headquarters and read the 1995 classified report. There was a White House breach then. And again, these same things had not changed. So to see that training and other things haven't moved that needle over this decade is very, very disappointing. Another is they have to move to a threat-based protective model. So the model, again, is entirely based around you are the Presidential Protective Division, you are the VP Protective Division. So again, you get down into your Protective Division for formers, you're for these other individuals. It's based purely on the title. So Donald Trump is an anomaly here, right? He's someone that is a former, he's running for office again. Again, we're in a situation where the threats against him are going to be higher than almost anyone else, and they are still treating him like a third-rate protective responsibility. So that absolutely has to change. The final thing I would just say is going back to this overall focus of the agency, they have to treat their employees with more respect. Yes, they need the resources from Congress, but those have also been given over time. And people come to the agency and leave because they see that there's a double standard for employees. They see that if you're in with the good old boys club, and I think we'll get to some allegations that maybe there's a good old girls club now too, but those are situations where if people don't feel respected, they leave, and the Secret Service then is always having to retrain new individuals. That's such a bad thing for that particular environment.
So let's move a little bit closer to the present. January 2021. January 6th in particular. The Inspector General for DHS has just issued a report about Secret Service's role in January 6th. Susan, what's your major takeaway from that date, what happened in the report?
I haven't really absolutely focused on that because I'm more
my reporting really focuses on July 13th at the Butler rally and in the wake of that. But I did, of course, take a look at that DHS OIG report. And the bizarre thing about that was they are saying that Vice President Kamala Harris got within 20 feet, passed by this pipe bomb, and the Secret Service had not detected it, despite all of their bomb-sniffing dogs that went through there. Anybody who's lived in Washington is familiar with the sweeps that they do, and the bomb-sniffing dogs are very good at their jobs. Why then did Kamala Harris not talk about that incident at all? Why didn't she say, well, that is a threat on my life? I'm very concerned about this fact that I actually passed by that pipe bomb within 20 feet. We didn't hear anything about that. And now we're seeing footage by some of my colleagues at Real Clear Investigations that, in fact, there's footage showing that other law enforcement agents or officers also passed by that bomb and then came out quickly. And then they found it minutes after a police officer went past that bomb and then found it minutes later. It just raises a lot of questions. Again, it's not my specialty. I haven't focused on that as much. But the other thing that we learned from that DHS OIG report is that they weren't giving her, Kamala Harris, because she was a vice president-elect, they hadn't outfitted her with all of the things that they should have by that time. And you just think, well, why not? She was elected in November, and this was in January 6th. You had plenty of time to give her every protective service she needed. So that was my serious concern about the Secret Service's role in that. But other evidence is coming forward that raises serious questions about just when did that pipe bomb get placed there?
It's also been reported that Secret Service deleted tweets related to, and text related to January 6th.
Right.
Is that consistent with Secret Service protocol?
Well, I did talk to different agents that were on duty. I'm sorry, I'm parsing very carefully to make sure my sourcing, I'm not giving away anything. But I did talk to agents that were on duty that day, January 6th, and it wasn't until a few months later that they were asked for their phones. And they weren't told that there was a software migration happening, is what Director Cheadle has told the committees, the investigative committees, that there was a software migration. That's why they deleted the tweets. But that's not what these agents have told me. These agents said we were well aware that they were covering up, that there were investigative committees looking into this, whether it be at the FBI or the congressional committees. So they were well aware that they were giving up their phones so that all the texts from that day would be deleted. And up until that point, the texts were all still intact. Nobody had deleted anything from their work phones.
So Secret Service is supposed to be apolitical, protect anyone that they are assigned. And before July, we have a series of rejections of requests for protection for RFK Jr. by Secretary Mayorkas's Homeland Security. Have we gotten to the point, Tristan, where we now can't trust a party in charge to protect political opponents? And what do we do about it if that's what we're facing now?
Well, I am a believer in if institutions are broken, you got to fix them, right? And so I think the most cost-effective way to ensure protection is to fix the Secret Service rather than to turn outside. I certainly understand if any protectee, if any candidate feels like they need to go outside, but I would say fix the Secret Service. And so there certainly have been proposals to take the position of director, which right now does not require Senate confirmation, so any president can remove someone at will. And there are reasons that's been the case historically, but to change that to maybe a 10-year Senate confirmed position so as to create some sort of bipartisan element to that, or just to ensure that it's not just, again, so that if you are from a different party than that of the White House, that you can have some confidence in that position there. But I think we have to. All the things. Our government relies on people who are in office working for the taxpayers and for the American public. And so if we get to a place where we can't trust that they are going to serve 50% of the population in whatever context, then we're probably broken beyond repair. So I can't believe that. I think we fixed the Secret Service. I think that they can provide the right protective detail, but you have to make changes so that everyone can have that confidence. Because obviously there are a lot of people out there who are of the belief that this was a setup, that this was intended to take down Donald Trump. And frankly, the Secret Service hasn't put out a lot of information to really help anyone understand otherwise. And so I am not inclined to believe that, but they have to do a better job of again, acting in such a way and being transparent enough that everyone can view them as apolitical.
Right, so after Butler, RFK Jr. receives protective service, and then after Friday's announcement, they take it away.
And he's still, obviously, he has not fully suspended his campaign. He's still, an active candidate in a number of states. And so, again, these raise major questions about management at the Secret Service.
And the other one that is deeply concerning to me is, and I reported on this in a piece I see it in Real Clear Politics today, is that Robert O'Brien, who was a national security advisor for Donald Trump, the final one after John Bolton, he still doesn't have Secret Service protection. And we know for a fact that the Iranian threat has been heightened, and we had this arrest of a Pakistani individual with ties to Iran who had just visited Iran for 2 weeks and had come back to the United States in New York and was trying to recruit hitmen to take out Donald Trump and other individuals, most likely those who worked for Donald Trump when the John Bolton, who was before Robert O'Brien, ordered this bombing of this Iranian General Soleimani, who's the right-hand man of Khomeini, the top Iranian religious figure. So it sort of stretches credulity to say that we're not going to, other people in the administration, certainly Pompeo has protected, he has a diplomatic security service protection from the State Department. Jake Sullivan, of course, the current national security advisor, always gets protection. Brian Hook, also from the Trump administration, he ran the Iran desk I believe at the NSC. He has protection, but Robert O'Brien doesn't have protection. Robert O'Brien endorsed Donald Trump. This is what people are concerned about. Why does it look political? Certainly Robert F. Kennedy Jr. thinks it's political because he had to spend $500,000 of his own money every month on his personal protection. And the day he endorses Donald Trump, that protection is taken away. Now, of course, the Secret Service says that we cannot provide. They're up to about 30 people that they're protecting right now, which is stretching their resources very thin. It is very true that that is the case. So then the Congress needs to do something about that. If it's a resource issue, which we know it is, and these Secret Service agents in uniform division are getting overtime, but they're not getting law enforcement overtime. That's usually time and a half in private, in cities and counties all over this country, they get time and a half. But the Secret Service just gets regular overtime. So that has to change too, especially when they're working so much, these 7 days a week, 20. Another thing that I am deeply concerned, I just heard about the other day, is that certain field office SACs, the special agent in charge of the field office, and SES, the senior executive service, which is paid much higher, and they're usually in charge of these field offices, they are getting bonuses to the tune of $40,000 each. And part of that equation is budget cuts, okay, and not providing the resources that they request for these rallies. They are always budget cut. They request a certain amount of assets, and what they are always told is you will do more with less. Now, Ron Rowe 2 weeks ago said that's going to end, that they're going to get more budget, they're going to get bigger budgets from Congress. But I'm told specifically that in the New York office, as the sources are telling me, that the SAC of the New York office has reduced the amount of hotels that these people can get for overnight stays, and reduces if they are only spending 15 and a half hours on the job. And they have to come in from New Jersey and other places into Manhattan. And some of the people are getting them and other people aren't. It breeds resentment. And also, why would you stay in the Secret Service? Why just go to U.S. Marshals, other places that you don't have these types of situations? So it's a long-winded answer, but I'm getting a lot of resentment about these bonuses that the SES are getting.
I piggyback off part of that to the point about Congress giving resources. I mean, clearly every agency wants more resources, right? But the Secret Service is uniquely situated in that if they were to go and do the legwork to say, this is what it would take to fulfill our protective mission, Congress would have written them that check years ago. And that was recommended in 2014 by the Protective Mission Panel. We recommended it in our congressional report. And they've gotten budget increases since then. There have been times that Congress has given them more funding than they've requested. So yes, funding is a piece of it, but as is often the case with many agencies, it's not the only piece. And it's incumbent on the Secret Service. And so it was years before they finally fulfilled the direction to do a zero-based budgeting, because they just kept coming back and saying, well, we got this amount last year, let's ask for a little bit more. That's going to be good enough, right? But they had no actual research or anything to back up, or just the legwork to say, this is what this will accomplish. And so I really still, that funding issue, I would put that right back on the Secret Service and say, it's on you. You tell us what it takes to accomplish this key mission. You tell us what it takes to protect these most important individuals in the United States, and we'll get you the resources. But don't show up with some charts and things and then say, well, give us a little bit more money and we'll be fine, because that's what's happened again and again and again.
So fast forward to following Butler, Pennsylvania in July. And now the U.S. House of Representatives has created a task force to look into the assassination attempt. And DHS Secretary Mayorkas has also stood up a task force. Tristan, do you have faith in 2 additional task force? Are they going to get to the bottom of this? And then Susan, the second part is, meanwhile, whistleblower information keeps coming out. So what's most effective? Start with you, Tristan.
So I will say I'm not a huge believer in task forces, and again, maybe that's informed by, again, going down to Secret Service headquarters and reading the 95 task force and the 2014 one, and again, they haven't moved the needle because they can't implement the changes. So again, you've either got to have Secret Service taking those recommendations. What's different to me about the congressional task force is they could, if they had the political will, they could enforce all kinds of things. They can direct certain approaches, they control the funding, there are many things they could do. So I don't view that in a different way at the end of the I don't view that as a typical task force. Congress should do oversight. You had multiple committees, you had oversight, you had the Judiciary Committee and the Homeland Security Committees all doing their different things. We had some whistleblowers from Empower Oversight, and so we were routing them to all these different committees, and it's still the same way on the Senate side. So they've got to focus their oversight efforts. That makes sense to me. But again, what's more important than having the group of individuals just looking at it in the House is that they have to, again, have the political will to whatever it is they come up with to enforce that on the Secret Service. So I think that will have the biggest impact. Whether the outside protective mission or outside panel digs up additional good recommendations, that's great, but whether DHS implements them, that's the million-dollar question.
Susan?
Certainly that is the million-dollar question. And right now, we don't, how can we trust Mayorkas' ability to execute change? You did have Ron Rowe, the acting director, give this pep talk that I did get a copy of, a recording of, to the Secret Service, and he said a lot of good things, okay? It was a great pep talk. He talked about the technology. They're going to integrate the technology to make it interoperable. They're going to get more money for the agents. They're not going to ask them to do more with less. They're not going to overwork. Well, wait a second. This is like a big aircraft carrier. How are you going to turn this thing around quickly? You're not, okay? And who was responsible for those management decisions? Ron Rowe is Director Cheadle's right-hand man. Mayorkas appointed Ron Rowe. Why did that happen? Certainly somebody needed to take the reins that knew how the Secret Service operates. But did it need to be Cheadle's right-hand man? I'll leave that up for discussion. Certainly the rank and file are fed up, absolutely fed up. They are a counter sniper. The day of the Senate hearing, I got an email that was sent to the entire uniform division from a fed up counter sniper. And they said, basically, there was a new division created for research and development. And it was basically dealing with, we need to have drones. The first call I got after the assassination attempt that night, the first text I got was about the drone program. Why isn't it up and running? This has been an issue since 2016. People pushing for it inside of the agency, outside the agency. They have drone mitigation technology, but they don't have a widely used non-tethered drone system. And I'll be doing some more reporting on that in the upcoming days. But it is, these people are fed up. They have this innovation technology. The guy said, the counter sniper said, too little, too late. Too little, too late. Then someone asked him, did you mean to send that to everybody in the uniform division? And he said, absolutely, I did. And I am very, very concerned. He had his name on this. Very, very concerned that there's going to be another assassination attempt before November, and you've all patted us on the head as we've told you that the technology is outdated. And there's a joke in the Secret Service that it's yesterday's technology tomorrow. That's the joke. And I just think these rank and file deserve better than what they're getting. We certainly need also the whistleblowers are coming to anybody who will listen, coming to me, someone they trust. I've been working on these stories since Jason Chaffetz. I think you had the best hearings. We've had 2 hearings on Capitol Hill since the Butler. You had a number of hearings, and I attended every single one of those, or I listened to them online. And that's what needs to happen again. Congress is out of session right now. It's unfortunate timing. But it was the work that these 2 did and their entire committee was exceptional. And I think it's sad that when Jason, you left, then some of this stopped. And you have to continue holding their feet to the fire constantly. And I think, obviously with Mayorkas, I don't see a change happening there. New leadership needs to happen, and we can talk about exactly who we think is best for that.
So last question, and then we'll open it up. On Friday, we learned that 5 Secret Service agents have been placed on leave.
Thursday,
excuse me. Is that the right action, and are they the right people? I'll start with you.
So Susan and I have discussed this at length. As a personnel nerd, as a lawyer, right? So they actually were not placed on leave. No one's been placed on leave as far as we know. They've been given administrative duties, and that's significant because if they were to place them on leave, right, that can be something that you do when someone's under investigation. And we actually have seen when people were placed on leave for too long, so Congress has limited it. But this is not what they did. They just sent them to telework and gave them administrative duties. And that's important because they should have done it on day 1. This should have happened the evening of July 13th. And so when Ron Rowe comes before Congress and says, we got to go through this process, we're looking at this, there's not going to be consequences for anybody there, it's just really, he is refusing to pursue any sort of accountability. And again, that's fine that they want to do an investigation, but they should have put individuals that they thought might have been a part of the problem. They should have sent them home on day 1. And again, they're doing work from home. That's good for the taxpayers, actually, right? That's fine. But they should have taken them out of any sort of protective roles right from the outset. And I think that the reason that they haven't is because they are afraid once they do that, once there start being real consequences for people, that those people who are on the ground, if you're getting stuff like discipline, they're going to say, well, hold on a second. We asked you for more resources. We asked you for this. I think people on the ground level will very quickly start pointing fingers upward, as they have been to both of us. So that even that five individuals headline, which got so much attention, really is not an indication of any new progress.
Right. And so I actually had reported the day before that there had been only the Pittsburgh office. And they were not on leave. That didn't start this week, okay, or on administrative duties. Deferring to Tristan on that because I did say administrative leave, and he corrected me on that. They were put on leave, okay, over the next 24 hours. That was like 2 weeks ago. That wasn't just this week, as CNN and Fox News, reported. I had that information for a week and a half. I just had to execute it. And so then in the next 24 hours, we learned that, the Trump detail site agent was also put on leave. Was that in response to my story? I don't know. I suspect it was, because I'd been very critical, and Dan Bongino is on the next panel, had been very critical about the fact that no one from the Trump detail was on leave. And we suspected that the whole dissension in the ranks, it was creating dissension in the ranks for only the Pittsburgh office to be on administrative duties. And so we thought that the thought was that the Pittsburgh office was going to take the fall, when really it is really upper management. So why aren't they on leave too? You know, they are the ones that made the resources decisions. And Ron Rowe has said that he is not responsible for those under oath. He said that he was not responsible for any of those. Whistleblowers have since come forward to us and said he's directly responsible for cutting the counter surveillance units that roam around and would have found Thomas Crooks, especially if he had a rangefinder, if he put a rangefinder up to the crowd. Now, you asked me, and I don't think I answered it, about whether these task force, the FBI and this task force is going to get to the bottom of it. I think it's very confusing right now for whistleblowers. They're asking me who to turn to, because there's the Senate, or individual senators are doing, that have a great amount of experience, Senator Grassley and Senator Ron Johnson, who was the Homeland Security chairman back when Jason was there, as well on his counterpart, and they had experience in this. But it's so confusing for these whistleblowers. They're saying, who do I need to talk to? Tristan's helping them, and I'm saying, let's figure out a way to facilitate this, but that's not my role. So it's confusing, and I think multiple task forces aren't great. I think the Homeland Security committees in Congress need to do this consistently, regularly, like Jason did.
Jason, you had a comment?
I couldn't help this. I got to mention two things. If you look at and Elon Musk tweeted this yesterday, Information Technology Strategic Plan for Homeland Security. Their number one goal, DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. That's their number one goal. We're talking about technology. This is their number one goal. The other thing I take a little personally, I know I'm a little too close to this, but if we recall, when we were doing a hearing with the Secret Service director and it got a little heated, what happened a few minutes into that hearing? The deputy to the Secret Service director sent out an email saying it's time, and I'm paraphrasing, it's time to make this an even fight. Let's go get Jason Chaffetz. 42 Secret Service agents dove into my background to try to find something. They gave me this political enema. Trey Gowdy later said, what are you doing? Jason Chaffetz is like the most boring person in Congress. I could have told you that. You didn't need to send 42 Secret Service agents in there. And guess what? It was totally inappropriate. They were going after me because I was a chairman asking hard questions. And you know what? Nobody was fired. Nobody was dismissed. Some people got paid time off. That's a vacation. That's the kind of the way they approach this. And the Secretary of Homeland Security, Jay Johnson, had the gall to call me and say, oh, well, we've been through this. It took him a year to do that investigation. I wasn't shot as a candidate for the presidency of the United States. This is how they operate. And until there's a fundamental change, top to bottom, with the management, starting with Secretary Mayorkas, starting with the Secret Service director, bringing somebody in from the outside, I don't think any of this is going to change. And when your number one goal for the next 4 years on dealing with technology is DEI, we got a problem, folks, and it's got to be solved, because it's not just Secret Service, it's TSA, it's right on down the line. FEMA, you keep going down the list. This is where this current administration's priorities are.
All right, I am afraid we are out of time, but I want to thank our guests and Jason for putting a spotlight on Secret Service going back decades, unfortunately, and what is happening today. So thank you very much to both of our speakers. Okay, so now we are going to change up the stage a little bit, and we are going into our second event, which is going to be a number of members of Congress questioning the experts, as Mike Howell explained earlier. For those of you watching online, this stream